take her, take a shift, or she asked if somebody could host a hangout because she's got things she has to do, and I said I would do it. I told her yesterday I could do it.
Okay. What is she doing?
I don't know. You know, she's got business stuff to do.
Okay, fair enough. So what's the topic?
Well,
silence and its meaning.
Okay, silence and its meaning.
Well, define silence.
Define meaning.
No, give me an example. I'm going to give you an example of silence.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Did you hear my example?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you heard it.
Good.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so from there. Okay, good.
Atlanta, can we have some moderation here? MMA is calling.
It's too.
I think we need moderation.
It's way too early to start this now.
Oh, good.
MMA is a known troll.
Yep, confirmed. It's like Half-Life 3.
We actually started auto tuning Darwin's.
Audio tuning?
Yeah, I'm not joking.
Started what, Darwin's? Sorry?
Do you know what auto tuning is?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I didn't hear you. That's awesome.
Hold on, I'll give you an example.
Okay, I'm back. Art, why don't you pick a topic?
Oh, gee. Put me on a spot, Bobby. No. Yeah, I don't know. I've been mostly in PalTalk actually talking about different stuff.
Tell me what PalTalk is like.
Well, it's software, right? So you download the software, create an account. You have rooms there that people can create on different topics. You can join any room pretty much. People take turns talking. There is a button for raising your hand. The problem there is that people tend to be long-winded, and this sort of explains Darwin's deity and Nephilim Free being long-winded because they're original from PalTalk, right? And they're used to this. So prepare pen and pencil to make notes if you want to discuss anything in PalTalk. That's what I will say.
So you start a room, or you make an account, and then how do you know about where the different talks are and what their topics are and things like that?
There's a list of rooms based on topics. There's outright religious rooms and topics of Christianity, atheism. But there's a weird category there about humanities or humanism and social issues. And there are also religious topics rooms, and Muslims are mostly there actually. So yeah.
So can you just be an audience, like listen to the talk for a while and then decide if you want to join or not?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to go on cam. You can watch other people's on camera, but you have to buy a premium account and pay monthly. So that kind of sucks. So you cannot screen share stuff. What else? Yeah, good.
Check the link in the side chat.
They actually once kicked me for coming on cam. Like I turned on my camera and I was talking, and they just outright kicked me out of the room.
What on PalTalk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like there's an option there, but I don't know. Seems not to be preferred.
So when you make an account, does that just allow you to open up any old room you want, any old place you want, and categorize it under any topic you want?
I'm not sure about that. I haven't ever opened a room. I think so, yeah. I've seen people starting rooms without having premium accounts, I think, yeah. So I think you can. And with regards to being an audience, yeah, there's some rooms that are basically just for that. Muslim rooms, for example. About half of Muslim rooms on PalTalk have some sort of sermon or presentation playing, and people just join in and sort of listen to it.
So you can also make a room where people can join, but they can't talk?
Yeah. You can limit anything pretty much. The ability to post things, to talk. And there are different rules how much you can talk on different rooms, right? Some have no limits, with possible exceptions if somebody types in time. Somebody has strict rules of 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, etc.
So this infamous 2-minute turn taking is not built into the software. It's something that whoever made the room decides on?
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But
Yeah,
people do hold to it.
Actually, some I've seen go on for 10, 20 minutes. And then
Yeah.
when you go in for like 30 seconds, they immediately put you on the back of the line and then they start talking themselves again.
Yeah, this happened to me too in a Muslim room where I basically challenged the Muslims there, I asked if you have some questions for an atheist, and 5 of them spoke, total of 15 minutes. I made notes. I was like ready to respond, and 1 minute in, I'm like, "You're too windy, Art." It's like, okay, God, how can I respond to 5 people in their fucking 3-minute rants each?
It's like
Jesus Christ, a mistake.
But that's unique. I mean, after that, they sort of agreed, yeah, we should minimize everybody's time and make it short so we can respond. So I mean, it's much more civil, definitely, than Google Hangouts. It's rare that somebody is really boisterous and will talk over somebody or steamroll somebody. It's much more civil.
It's amazing. I would have assumed, based on the people who have joined here, that it would be less civil.
Well, it's the structure, right? They have no other choice. They have to keep to the time limit and have to allow other people to speak because everybody else would just call them out.
I suppose as well, if you waste your time ranting and raving about the fact that somebody just interrupted you, etc., in your 2 minutes, or somebody's called you a name or something, you lose your time ranting and raving instead of actually getting your point across.
Exactly.
But it still sounds like it's up to the discretion of the person who started the room.
Yeah.
So
it sounds goth. Sorry.
that person is going to be awfully busy, right? Worrying about cutting people off and putting people in the line and setting up the queue and stuff
They're
like
mods. Usually in these religious topics rooms, there are a lot of mods who are pretty good, pretty unbiased. I mean, it's simple rules, right? Just, okay, there's a time limit. You keep to that. If not, they're going to so-called dot you. Some kind of warning thing, and it sort of kicks you from the mic and gets you back in a queue.
Yeah, they put you on the dock.
Yeah, well, no, it's called dot you, apparently.
DOT.
Yeah.
It depends on what room you go into. Mostly.
Yeah, that's true.
For example, if you go into the anti-Muslim room, they are not very civil, not at all.
Well, to be fair, you were trolling them back then. Come on, admit it.
I was playing the devil's advocate, of course, but my position is held by real Muslims. So it's not like I was using an unreal position. So it's like if a real Muslim was to go in there, they would be treated the same way.
Oh yeah, they're like really funny Christian rooms in PalTalk, which is just holy shit. Try listening to the like. There's a room called the Lamb of God, right? The Lamb of God. And yeah, it's full of Texas, Bible Belty, fundy Christians, and it's hilarious to listen to them. Imagine like 100 hillbillies, in one room talking to each other. Christian hillbillies, I mean.
I can't imagine.
Yeah.
So, like, how does a group like that bring up different points to discuss and debate?
They don't. They just circle jerk.
Mm-hmm.
At least in those rooms.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I thought I keep losing connection, and I wasn't actually looking at the screen, so I thought, I just lost connection. Yeah, I suppose for some discussions, and if there's not too many people in at once, perhaps the 2-minute or 5-minute or whatever minute rule you choose can be useful. But for a general discussion, and there's 10 people, it's like somebody will start off with one point, and by the time, if everyone wanted to speak, and you want to address the first point, by the time it's got to you, the conversation's probably moved on too much. I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced it's a good idea for a room full of 10 people.
Well, it's rare. At least in PalTalk, it's rare that like everybody wants to go on mic. Usually, 90% of the room is just the keyboard warrior, type of people under it, just typing in the chat something, and it's just in unique situations when I basically ask the whole room, right, everybody to ask me questions. Then, of course, tons of people lined up.
Yeah.
So generally, I'm really satisfied with PalTalk. It's a good avenue to get really quick discussions about religion or anything really.
Yeah. I think, yeah, like I say, with certain conversations and certain discussion topics, I can see why it could be a good thing. For me personally, I wouldn't care for it, but I don't say it's a bad thing. It just depends on the nature of the discussion. And
Right. Hey, Palm, did Nevin got that you're not defending pedophilia?
I think she's barely conscious. She's barely there. Like, I've seen her do this many times, actually. Just get irate over things that people have not even said. She infers a lot of times.
Yeah. I mean, she's new. She's not familiar with this. I mean, I'll try to explain to her that you're just trying to make a nuance.
No. I think she gets it after a while, but it's like at the first moment, it's like she's just irrationality, incarnate. It's like that's like if you would just imagine irrationality, that's like her. But
Who's
after
this?
a while, it goes away.
So who was that?
Nevin.
It's a regular.
Never. Yeah.
So, Palm, what you were doing in there was sort of taking the anti-realist, or actually it sounded more like you were taking a moral relativist position and trying to argue from that position. Is that right?
Well, here's how I was pointing. I was merely saying that you have a criteria. Well, perhaps I didn't explain myself very well, but I was saying you have a criteria on whether you judge something to be good or bad or whatever. And the reason you consider, for example, pedophilia wrong is because your criteria is that this harms children, and that is very important to you. But other cultures they use perhaps different criteria, or maybe they even use the same criteria, but they just have different standards for it, and that's all I was saying, really.
And so, do you have that as your moral stance?
I'm very nuanced in my views. So sometimes if I argue for a position, it's not that I hold a position. It's more that I want to, I suppose, make them see that position. I think that's what I'm trying to do more. I may actually even agree with what they're saying.
Yeah, sure. I can see that that's sort of what you're doing. I'm wondering about you. What is your sort of stance on morality, either like definitionally or even in application?
I think a lot of it is really cultural. It's really based on preferences, just looking at the history, having lived in different cultures and seeing how different people see the world, in unique ways. And it's just because I've been exposed to all of these things, I cannot view the world as someone, for example, Nevin, who gets morally outraged at just at the hint of even any nuance.
Do you think that if you hold a relativist framework, moral outrage is something that you normatively should not do?
No, I'm not saying that, but it obstructs conversation, and I don't enjoy it. All I'm saying is I don't enjoy engaging with people like that. But it's not wrong, in my opinion. It's just I wouldn't engage with people like that.
So what about the charge against moral relativism that it's impossible to declare things wrong if you also hold that morality is relative?
No, you can. I'm just saying that's just your opinion. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that's therefore less valid. I just want people to realize that they're just spouting their opinion. That's all they're doing. Everyone's doing that.
But wait a second. Don't you agree that if you are merely spouting your opinion, it is by definition less valid?
No, I don't think so.
So you think opinions are as valid as syllogies and deductive reasoning and stuff like that?
If you take, for example, the Christian God, the Christian God has many opinions, and and they are considered like the ultimate standard or whatever by Christians, for example, and they hold it like as, you know, the most valuable or whatever you want to label it. I suppose I view the same way, you know, maybe some opinions less, but others more. But that's, in general, that's my view on it. All we have are opinions.
What makes an opinion valid then?
I think for me, it's really impossible to judge ultimately, because we are all biased by culture and biased by our environments. It's just, morality is fluid. It changes. What was considered okay 100 years ago is no longer considered okay. And if you were to make if you were to make the case you're making today 100 years ago, people would likewise get morally outraged at you. And in the same way, in 100 years from now, people will get outraged at whatever standard of morality you have today, you know, of let's say in America, you know, about whatever. And it's changing constantly, and that's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
So, what about a moral realist? You don't want to use, or maybe you do, the fact that sort of morals change with time as evidence against the position that there are actual truths or falsities about moral propositions. Do you? Or do you?
I think they are true for the society they live in. I think that's my view on it. I think whatever your society you live in, that it's true for that society in that context. But if you move away from it, it's no longer really relevant.
So you're gonna go with the true for you thing.
I mean that's the way I see it. I mean, let's say the Bronze Age, view on marrying 12-year-olds. It is no longer applicable in our society. It is actually damaging if you use it in the context of our society. But if you were to use our standard in their society, I would argue that it would be damaging for them. Because just if you realize how poorly, from I suppose from a Western, view, how poorly women were treated, how they had less whatever freedoms and opportunities and safety nets, and even having kids out of wedlock, that could actually get you either the death sentence or ostracized by your family or any number of things, and your life, if you even survived, would probably not be a good quality. So I mean, if you took the standards of our time and applied it to their time, I mean that's what you essentially would get, because it's not compatible with their society and how they view the world.
Sure, but that doesn't go towards whether or not morality has, whether or not moral propositions have actual true values.
But does it even matter whether it's ultimately actually true? Does that even isn't morality just a tool to help us navigate the world better? Isn't that just to perhaps, if you say, prevent more evils or whatever?
I mean, I don't know. Do things always have to have a purpose?
No, but why does it have to be like an ultimate, whatever rock in space floating, unchanging, or what? Maybe not unchanging, but why does it even have to be true, independent of anything? What's that even? What does that even? I mean,
that gives us okay, if it's like that, then there is a truth out there, and humanity can work to discover it, right?
All right.
So it makes it more like the things we know, or the things universally we would all agree are true out there. So if a moral fact is just like a physical fact, then people can work to get closer to it, and it has, there's a direction that you're going towards or away from.
Oh, I see. But to me, it's like it's a human construct. I mean, that's at least how I see it. It's something we've maybe not voluntarily, but we've created it. I mean, I think it's as a tool because we live in such large populations. We have to have these things in order to coexist. I think. I mean, if you were like a person on an island, I don't think you would need any of these morals. None of these things would be helpful to you.
I've tried muting myself. I would assume that one's morals would change in like if you're in a real dire situation, something you wouldn't do in a nice comfortable life would suddenly be something you'd do in a dire situation.
Right. But still, that fact that, what your decisions are dictated at least in part, and some say in whole, by circumstance.
Yeah.
Doesn't help us, I don't think, much, to make a decision about our own moral stance in an abstract way, like does morality really exist, or are moral propositions really true and false? And that the reason that there's so much difference in morality is just because we don't have a good way to know them, or something like that, right? So we can argue the world can look exactly like it looks now, and there could really be true and false values to moral propositions.
Does it perhaps, and again, this may come under how you just described my previous comment, but does it kind of perhaps depend on your justification for, I don't know. No, I don't think that helps either. But like I say, if you're in a dire situation, you can justify to yourself. But then these are individual, and you're talking about general, aren't you, really? And I'm talking from an individual point of view, that like in a dire situation, you could justify why you might steal some food, whereas if you can afford to go and buy it, you have no justification for stealing food. But that doesn't help on the general subject, so.
You can take my example of the rules on marriage in the Bronze Age Arabia, for 12-year-old girls, and compared to what we have now. Like you can use that and just use the, I guess, the culture's, I don't know, whatever the culture's view was on how the world should work, and get to a less, if harm is ultimately what you're trying to prevent, to a less harmful state, I guess. That's the way you can view it.
So I mean, the age of consent, even in the Western world, is, in terms of history, is a fairly new phenomenon, believe it or not. I can't remember exactly, but we're talking like the last few hundred years. But and I think the age of consent has varied, and I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just making up a correlation in my own head. Seems to me the age of consent has gone up. Well, we didn't have an age of consent, I just said. It seems that the acceptability has gone, or the lack of acceptability of age has gone up as we've lived for longer. I mean, when you're talking about of people getting married at the age of 12, I mean, Romeo and Juliet, she's supposedly only she's under 16, but due to marry someone who's 40 or something. But it seems like, back in the days when you got married at 12, people were dying at 30 or 40. Now the age of consent, even the age of consent varies in the West. I mean, like in the UK, the age of consent for sex is 16. To get married, I think you have to be 18 without your parents' permission. But I think generally in most places, I think the age of consent for sex is 18 at the most. Don't think there's anywhere where the age of consent is higher than that. But then people die at 60 and that, so your childbearing years are much longer, aren't they, and stuff like this. So it's a... again, I'm going to take a wild guess from some of the things I've heard. A lot of child sex offenders, and I'm not excusing them for 1 minute. Don't, things are nuanced, as Tom said. They probably don't think it's harming the child.
No, you can view it as a degree of harm. We can both agree that when a 12-year-old has intercourse, it's more likely to cause them harm than not, either psychologically or physically, because they're just not ready. That's a reality we have to accept.
Oh yes, I personally absolutely go by that standard. I'm just saying that, and I'm not excusing them. I can't emphasize that enough. But from what I've read about them, they don't think they're actually doing any harm. I think we're talking more about that they think it's a healthy relationship for whatever. I don't know. Morals are very complicated and nuanced and subjective and relative, and yeah.
Well, it makes it very rough to argue against what someone's doing. If you have to, if you go, hey, look, I know morals are very subjective and nuanced and relative and cultural, but you really shouldn't be screwing that 5-year-old. I mean, how do you argue against what someone's doing from a stance of morality is constructed, relative, cultural, situational, right? I mean, that's the thrust behind Matt Slick and his "Is it always wrong to torture a baby to death merely for personal pleasure?" question.
There are solutions to that, though.
So, Art, do you think there are solutions other than objective morality?
Well, no, but I would just so I have this kind of weirdish view of objective morality, where I do not argue that the standard itself is objectively the good, but rather if we all accept the standard, then we can devise a system to objectively know if something comports with the standard, right? For example, if we all accept that human well-being is the good, we then have the means to objectively know what is more likely in line with the good, because human well-being is dictated by our nature, right? It's like the old metal and this.
Yeah, but that just
battery acid, then you're doing something wrong to you because you're harming yourself.
Yes, but that then shifts the argument when you're trying to argue against the person who's with a 5-year-old, right? You then are forced to switch to getting them to accept the intersubjective standard that other people have accepted. And to start by going, look, everything's relative, cultural, blah, 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 or to have that as one of your underlying assumptions, makes it, to me, much harder to make the case for them to switch over to the standard that seems to be intersubjectively understood currently, right? So
but this standard is really almost universal. Like, if somebody, if somebody doesn't hold to well-being, then he's most likely dead, right? If he truly holds, if he truly not holds to that. So, if a human being is alive, without knowing it, he somehow is behaving with accordance with that, right? So all you need to do is point this out to him, right?
But I think if there's no way to get them to recognize that, in fact, having intercourse with 5-year-old is harmful, all you can really do is use force, and by force I mean either the legal system or any other means. I mean that's all you have. That's all we have in the society, and that's all we've ever really had. We inflict our positions on others.
Right now, yeah. But if we had the means in the future, right, which we probably will have, we will probably have the technology, I don't know, through nanotechnology to literally restructure that person's brain to stop him being attracted exclusively to 5-year-olds, right? That would solve the issue.
That's also force. What if they don't agree?
Yeah, sure.
They still say, hey, I'm not harming you. You're still using the force, you know?
Sure. Yeah. So what?
No, I'm just saying that's all we've ever had. I'm saying that there's no, rock in space never changing. All we have is us imposing our preferences on each other, and it's just if you have a large enough group, you can do it. You can get your way, and that's all it is.
Well, it is. I mean, in what sense do you mean all it is? And like, yeah, because obviously you're talking in some limited sphere of discourse. So
I've seen different. Like for example, I've seen just a view on women. I've seen it in two different cultures, just diametrically opposed. Just how women should behave, how they should act, and all these things. And each of them views.
I've seen that. So I was going to say, I've seen that change within my lifetime in my own culture of how women are supposed to behave, etc.
Right now, and that's what I'm saying is I've seen just a general view change from one thing to another, and when people used to get appalled at one thing, now they are actually getting appalled at the opposite of it. And all I've seen them have is really the only thing that has stayed consistent is them being able to use force to inflict their own position on someone else, and that's all I've seen.
So you're saying the only means we have to change the world or to make something good or bad is force?
Yeah.
That's not true. We have arguments. People are convinced by arguments.
Yeah, I'm not sure all the changes here in the UK have been brought about by force. I mean, some of them have to an extent because you've had employment laws where you can't treat women in a certain way, etc. But generally, I think it's just gradually culturally changed because of the way they've been portrayed in films and on TV, etc. I don't know.
But good or bad according to who? That's the main difference. That's like, for example, if you are in a Muslim culture, they'll say, well, women doing this is actually that's not okay to do. And if you ask someone in the West, they'll say the opposite of what's
not
not
all of them, sadly, but.
I just need to say, welcome, Floyd. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
So even if there is a rock like that, I don't see how that would change the way we're behaving towards morality, because that rock, if it exists, is inaccessible anyway.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying it doesn't. All we have is what culture has taught us and what our backgrounds, what we are exposed to. That's all we have. That's all we can go by. For example, even if you study linguistics, the fascinating thing is different cultures will actually have different views on color. For example, an American, it was a darker shade of blue and a sort of an aquamarine sort of blue. You showed them both to an American, and they said, "Yeah, but they're just two shades of blue." But if you showed this to, I think it was a Japanese person or whatever it was, the Japanese person will actually say that there are two different colors. They're not both blue. One is blue, the other is another color. They're not even related. So, I mean, I don't know how to explain it to someone who's not been exposed to different cultures. I don't know how to convey it, I guess.
Oh, I think you're doing it, and I think we all understand, right?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is different people are exposed to different things, and the more of the world you'll see, you will understand that more and more.
Okay, so Floyd, what do you think about objective morality?
That's good. I mean, that's a hard one. It seems to me that any meta-ethical position has a subjective basis to it. But once you establish the meta-ethical position, you could then establish objective moral facts from that.
I agree.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this virtue ethics that Ozzy likes to sell. It seems to me that a flaw or a weakness in virtue ethics, as far as objective morality goes, is the scope of moral concern. If we say that it's based on human flourishing, well, what about the flourishing of other animals? Why, objectively, should we exclude them if they suffer? I would think a more objective moral theory would be the elimination of any suffering at all.
Well, you don't have to put the limit at humans. You could put it at, sentience or self-awareness or something like that. That's sort of underneath that, something that it is to be like a thing. So that suffering of non-sentient beings can have less value.
Yeah.
But that does seem arbitrary in a way, right? Although it's grounded in the idea that there's less suffering happening for that thing.
Right. I mean, I guess if you can just eliminate as much suffering as possible, but I don't think there's a way to totally eliminate suffering. I mean, you take a walk and you step on an ant, right? I mean, you might not even realize you did it. I always bring up the example: what's the difference between us eating cows and aliens eating us? Objectively, I see no difference.
I see no difference. But, an argument could be made that cows don't suffer as much.
I don't buy that.
Well, what about all the psychological suffering, right? Like the impact on family members and things like that. That could be said to be more extreme for a human or for a being that has self-awareness and reiterative thinking and stuff like that.
That's just your standard, though. What if the aliens have an even greater capacity for suffering? And just like us and the cows, the difference between us, they have that difference, and so that in that way, we are cows to them.
Exactly. Like they could be telepathic with one another, and not telepathic with us, and not even think we have any suffering at all.
No, but it's just what I was saying in comparison to what they are able to feel. Our feelings are exactly like the cows. If you were to measure, I guess, the distance from suffering, how much they can experience, how much we can experience. So the distance from us to the cows is the same as us to the aliens, but in reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even virtue ethics, even grounded in a supposed objective morality, it has a scope issue.
So what exactly are virtue ethics? How would that be? So
I've never done any real reading on this. So what I know of virtue ethics comes exclusively from Hangouts. Well, that's not exactly true, but I think it comes from I think it comes from be the best example of what it is to be a human, right? And so you have all the various virtues, and each individual virtue lies on a continuum, and you want to put yourself in the middle as much as you can of that virtue continuum for each virtue.
I think I quite like the sound of that.
So honesty would be one, right? So honesty has its own little continuum from too honest to too dishonest, and so you want to put yourself in the middle. You want to be exactly the right amount of honest to be the best kind of human being. So it seems to be tied to what it is to be the best kind of human being, and it also seems a little egocentric to me. You're constantly looking at yourself and reevaluating yourself as you related to others. So it's kind of hard for like what's best for the group, at least in my limited knowledge, to see how to shove those kinds of things, those kinds of questions into a virtue ethic, right? But I'm probably wrong about that because I haven't done enough reading.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. No, I'm not sure if it sounds good.
I was imagining a scenario where there was, for example, a rape going on. You would neither do anything to stop it and neither do anything to report it. You would just be in the middle.
No, that's not what I mean by in the middle. I don't mean you want an absolutely neutral value. Value equals 0, right? It just means you don't want to be too extreme along that continuum in either direction. Right? You want to be the perfect and the perfect being, what a perfect human being would do at that time. What undergirds that decision?
Well, take the lying. I mean, a good example would be from one extreme, you are lying constantly, purely for selfish reasons to get what you want. Sometimes you lie so as not to be offensive to people. And you're not telling the truth. You know, sometimes you might tell the truth without caring that the truth and the way you're about to put it is going to be really hurtful and nasty. The classic example is, you know, does my bum look big in this? Oh no, darling, you look lovely. I don't know.
However, that's harmful.
Yeah, well, I agree, actually. I mean, I sometimes ask my husband that just to see the look of deer in the headlights, because I know damn well my bum looks big because it's big. But no, there is sometimes, like, I don't know, I think there are some examples where sometimes the truth isn't necessary. You don't need to say to somebody,
well, you can
I can't think of one offhand, really.
How about hiding the Jewish person in your walls when the Nazi bangs on the door?
That would be that would be a much better example. So yeah, there are times when telling the truth, on the whole, I think one should do one's best to tell what one believes is the truth, because there's a big difference in saying something that's wrong that isn't necessarily you lying. You're just wrong. But there are certainly times where perhaps one should be a little generous with the truth, or outright lie, as you just said, because you're trying to save somebody's life.
Yeah, I think for the most part, this Platonic view of the good, except for perhaps in Christian circles, is pretty much dead. The idea of good as a Platonic form, sitting on its own. I think it's clearly, when you say something is good or not good, it's based on something else. This is good for eating. This is good for flourishing. This is good for some need or for some desire. But just to say this is inherently good on its own, I think makes no sense. So I have no problems, grounding morality in the nature of sentient beings, or the needs of beings and so forth. I don't think that makes it subjective. I think it's just the determination of who it applies to makes it subjective. But I think morality comes into play simply because of sentient beings having needs and wants. If we didn't have any needs or wants or desires, then there would be no need for morality. In fact, if you think about it, if there is no needs, wants, or desires, we wouldn't do anything, right?
Right. And so it makes you wonder about this God who has no needs or wants or desires, and why does he have a morality even?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting the way these theologians talk. This God of theirs is either turning into a robot, or it's turning into Platonism, where people like Trey Jadlow says, "Oh, God doesn't have an attribute of love; He is love." Well, so okay, yeah, you're breaking God down to an impersonal list of Platonic forms at that point. But yeah, it makes no sense for to have personhood and have no needs, wants, or desires. It seems to be a person, I think, is defined in having needs, wants, and desires. I can't imagine a person. You'd be a robot, and if you have no needs, wants, and desires, you don't care if you're dead or alive. You don't care if someone switches your on switch to off. You don't. There's no need to even move. There's no need to think. I think all this. I think intelligence and purpose and meaning is driven by and motivated by having needs, wants, and desires. And that's what morality is really centered around. And I think what defines what creates immorality and immoral motivations is the fact that there are scarce resources in the universe. That since there's limited amount of resources, you fight over them. And like with religious violence, religion itself can create scarce resources, and that can take place in different ways. For example, in the Middle East, fighting over the promised land of Israel. In that case, it's creating a sacred space. That this particular plot of land is holy. So now you have a bunch of people fighting over it, where it's really probably more objectively, it's just a piece of desert, really. And then other religions create exclusive access to God's will. We have God's will. Or God's will is limited to this particular text. So now you're fighting over that. And then it also creates group privilege. If you belong to my religion, then you have special privilege. So now you're fighting over that. And also salvation. Salvation is limited, unless you're a universalist. So that's how religious violence comes about. And of course, it has to be in the background of believing that there are supernatural forces that engage in violence. So if you have a God that engages in violence, then that opens up the potential for you to engage in religious violence. And I think we had that with the Abrahamic God, whether it be Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. Of course, I don't place those three religions on equal footing as far as violence goes. I think in today's world, Islam is definitely the most violent out of the three. But yeah, to divorce morality or values or meaning or purpose from biological life makes no sense to me. I think biological life defines and gives meaning to all those things.
Yeah, I think oh, go ahead, Dean.
No, I was going to be silly. I was going to say, I think if we're going to discuss Islam, we should invite Von in because he's the expert. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Eric Peters made a comment, as you can see, that he could be wrong about moral facts. I don't think that's not necessarily a problem. As we talked about this before, if there are moral facts out there, they're to be discovered, right? So if you think that something's moral and it turns out not to be, okay, you just discovered that you're wrong. But it's still based for Ozzy at least, on human flourishing. So, you think, okay, this is going to help. This is going to benefit humans. You try it out. For example, on a political system, let's pick socialism or communism or something. You do the experiment and it fails. But like I mentioned before, I still struggle with the idea of morality as far as the full scope, from metaethics down to a particular moral theory, is completely objective. It just seems, if you're a moral agent, you're going to determine. I think you have to make compromises. Are you going to say, you have life, and are you going to save a bunch of ants or a bunch of rats that invaded your house that could spread disease to your family, or even bite your kids or whatever, over the welfare of your family, right? You're going to choose the welfare of your family. But both are life, right? But you pick your family's well-being over those other sentient beings' well-being. Well, what determined that? And is that objective or subjective? I think through evolution, natural selection, I think evolution can explain why you picked your family over the animals. We clearly see in evolution that your circle of concern starts out perhaps with yourself or your family. Some people are even willing to give up their lives for their family, and then it goes from your family to perhaps your extended family or your friends, to your neighborhood, to your city, state, and then country, and then even perhaps race. And then perhaps your species at that point. And then perhaps you could extend it to all life and so forth. But it seems our circle of concern maps to our reproductive interests, and that makes sense, in regards to evolution, right? It makes sense that we would evolve that way. Now, if that's the case, there's some objectivity in that, right? This is simply the way things are. Now, we did not make our nature. We did not decide to enjoy flourishing and hate, avoid, pain and so forth. We didn't arbitrarily choose that. We didn't make our nature. That was something that that just happened to be outside of us. So I would not consider that to be subjective. And also notice that's irrelevant to where that nature comes from. It's irrelevant if that nature came from a god, pixies, or through natural processes, natural brute, laws of science or so forth. Yeah, it's irrelevant. What is relevant is that is the case. That is our nature. And then we can draw moral facts from that.
I think that the Christian argument we hear about us people, about that our nature is bad, is an attempt to kind of argue against what you're saying. Although I agree with what you're saying, right? But I think that if that's going to be attacked at all, that's the way they do it. They say no. Just because our nature is that way doesn't mean that we should just allow our morality to flow from that, because our nature is all screwed up.
Well, if you're going to go into the Christian worldview, I would argue, or I would bring up, I would ask the question, who made our nature? Well, this God of theirs created our nature. that God, if you believe in the whole fall story, that God created Adam and Eve to have a curious nature, to have wants, needs, and desires. He put that serpent there to tempt them. He created that tree of knowledge of good and evil and so forth. Assuming a modern day Christian view, I don't interpret the Adam and Eve story exactly like that. I believe that the God in there is more of a limited God, more Zeus-like God. But according to Christian theology, their God is all-knowing, all-powerful. So, and Calvinists would even agree with me that if God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and predetermines what's going to happen and is sovereign over things, this God actually wanted them to fall. So thus, this God wanted us to have the nature we wanted to have, that we currently have, regardless of what that nature is.
Yes, because it glorifies him. I guess what is exactly glorifying? I don't know, right? But their argument is that they could just concede that and still say, nonetheless, our nature is fallen. So you can't use our nature to determine what's right and wrong.
Well, again, I think you're putting morality in the Platonic realm. Totally divorced and isolated from our needs and wants and desires.
Well, yes, that's what they do, right?
Yeah, I think that becomes totally arbitrary. You have a God with no needs, wants, and desires, but yet seeks glory. I think that makes no sense at all. I have a theological argument that biblical morality is based on the same principles as secular morality, where what we ought to do is based on human flourishing. You see throughout.
That's just so obvious. I agree with that.
And they won't admit that, but I think it's obvious throughout. And for a formal debate again on morality, I challenged Veckel to a debate, a formal debate, but I don't think he'll accept. Throughout the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation and throughout, are more the commands from God and are human motivation to follow God or to do whatever is based on human flourishing. Look at the Genesis story. The first command from God is, "Do not eat from that tree, for in the day you eat it, you shall surely die." So Adam and Eve will hear that and say, "Well, gee, I don't want to die. I want to live. I don't want to suffer. I want to flourish. So therefore, I'm not going to eat that tree." So again, that's based on human flourishing. And I'll just fast forward all the way to the book of Revelation. In the book of Revelation, we are told that God will take away, for the Christian, take away death, wipe away every tear, pain will be no more. Again, that assumes that all those things are good. And pain and suffering and all that stuff comes from our human nature. So again, I would argue that even biblical morality is motivated by the flourishing of humans. And this idea of glory for God, why does this God even need glory? Is he that a diva? Is he an egomaniac?
It's bizarre because glory seeking in humanity is not a good thing, right?
Well, I mean,
nobody goes, "Oh, the one thing I need to work on is I've got to be better at seeking my own glory."
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do have cases of that. You're a musician and you just crank out a killer guitar solo, and all the fans watching go crazy and applaud and say, "Yeah, you're great, you're great." I mean, that's glory, right? Or you're you just won. You're in a sporting event and you just won the championship or something, then that's glorious, right? I think you seek admiration, applause. Everyone's patting you on the back. You're great. You're wonderful. That's kind of a human desire, whether it's good or not. That's a good question itself. Should we seek glory? Because when you seek glory, right? When especially for these competitive things, when one person wins the match, the other person loses, right? So one person benefits and the other person loses. So should we have this system where the best rise to the top and the rest fall? In some of these systems, like I guess in a way it does help society. If you have the top doctor rise to the top, okay, and you want to give that guy the most research money, or if he's a student, you want to give him the scholarship because he's going to do wondrous things, and perhaps he'll find a cure for cancer one day, rather than just giving it to some student who only got C's and is not that motivated and so forth. But again, what was that focused on? That's what is the basis of that? Well, that's for the basis of benefiting us all, right? So again,
and if they did that all purely for glorification purposes, right? It would be not as good, I think most people would say.
Yeah.
And hubris, look at hubris. It's the tragic flaw.
Well, and I'm glad you're kind of tying that back in a way, because that is a form of natural selection too, like you were talking about earlier. Actually, I completely agree with you on that point. I used to hold the intersubjective agreement kind of view on morality, but I've recently kind of more been drawn to the evolutionary psychology arguments of morality, the whole idea that immoral people would be selected against in a complex society that was based on merit and work and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But morality to me is still very gray. I don't. It's hard for me to say, and perhaps I'm just not studied enough in this. I've only had a few philosophy of ethics in classes in college, so I'm definitely not an expert in this field at all.
Oh, sure. I don't think any of us are.
But yeah, it's hard for me to say, oh, it's purely an objective matter, because I think there's psychology, there's biology, I think there's a lot of factors that go into it.
Well, right, and I think possibly the biggest thing is I think twofold. Is the social interactivity aspect, where the better you are at socializing, the more likely you were to prosper and have children and that kind of stuff. But also the opposite end of that coin, where there were actions that reduced disease either through revulsion, such as eating rotten food, or maybe doing some kind of acts that would lead to disease. And that all ties into the very human-centered wants and needs aspect of morality, rather than the more abstract and platonic sense.
I remember at a class, and we did a game experiment where you had two sides, and the object of the game, let me try to make sure I word this carefully. The object of the game was to have, the object of the game was within a time limit to have the score, to get as many points as possible within a time. So I would say, I don't know, you have a 15-minute time limit, and the object is within the 15-minute time limit to try to obtain as many points as possible. And you have two sides, and now you have the two sides are going to each turn display a color, one red, one black. If one side presents a red, the other presents black, the red side gets 5 points, and the black side gets -1. If they both do black, they'll both get +1. And if they both do red, it is -2. And then the teacher, took the class, divided us into pairs to compete with each other, and boom, 15 minutes we went off.
So just to clarify really quick, that sounds kind of like an iterated prisoner's dilemma, right?
Yeah. Well, and what we discovered, okay, you're paired off, so our nature is, we want to win. So to win, we need to defeat the other side. So one side would do red, the other side would do black, and you get +5, the other guy -1. So the other side says, boy, we're losing here. We don't want to do that. Okay, so we play red. But of course the other side
-2, right?
Yeah, so now you're fighting back and forth.
Yeah.
Where the moral of the story that I'm going through is, if both sides simply played black every time, at the end of that 15 minutes, you would both have scored higher than fighting back and forth. So
how did it end as the 15-minute interval evolved? Did strategies change? Did the two teams seem to mutually agree to start picking black, or was it just red, 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 red?
Yeah, well, I'm ashamed to say that I was on one of those teams that battled out with another team, and then you go back and forth, and you pretty much don't gain that a whole lot. And then and some other pair of teams, they were much wiser, and they ended up both scoring very high than us. And at the end of it, I said, boy, I was an idiot. Why didn't I see that? But I noticed how it tells us something about human nature, how blind we were to that sort of thing, and how competitive we are, how much we just care about our in-groups. So by creating these groups, you just create an in-group. You say, my group wants to win. And that was not the object of the game. The object of the game was not to win, not to defeat the other side, but to simply score, to obtain as many points within that time limit as possible.
I'm surprised that you weren't screaming, we all should pick black. I'm really surprised, Floyd.
Well, I remember, one pair were wise enough at the very beginning, and they both, got the most points. I remember, like halfway in, saying, this is ridiculous. We're going back and forth. Let's just all both start playing black. We start playing black, and towards the end, the other side slipped in a red. It's like, oh, you bastards. Okay, so, so then we do red again, right? So we're at war again.
Right.
And
although that is fun, and it is just a game and all that. So.
Oh yeah, and if I remember correctly, they did a computer programming challenge that was kind of similar to that, where they would have computer programs that some of them were very simple, like tit for tat. Some of them were hyper altruistic, but some of them even try to do really complex things, like try to do heuristics-based guessing on, based on the previous history, that kind of stuff. But the one that won out actually was the tit for tat one. Was the one that would initially try to work together, but if they're faulted, they will simply repeat the last move that the person made.
Yeah, talk about fallen. If we're to find any metaphorical meaning in this Christian concept of the fallen nature of man, I think that's where it's found.
And if I remember correctly, it was on a different game. I think the scoring was slightly different, but the whole idea was the same. They had two competing teams, and they're trying to get points.
Yeah, but this competitive nature, I think, is also found in the Old Testament. with these different gods. So each country had their own god, right? And
Right.
they all bowed it out. They're all fighting over land and so forth, and when it, they villainized the other people and so forth. So I think the gods back then were as petty and competitive and.
Right, and now Judaism and its offshoots are ever popular.
Yeah. And then Platonism came along, Greek philosophy came along, and God became the god of philosophers. Where, in the Old Testament, God was seen as both creating good and evil. Help you flourish and ruin you and so forth. You better obey him, and he was a jealous God and so forth. And then Greek philosophy comes around, and God is the epitome of good. He is the good. He is love. I think things changed. He is the greatest being ever conceived. He is perfect in every way and so forth.
Yeah, he's maximally great.
Yeah, maximally great. All that stuff. So I think the concept then changed, but you still have this tribalism going on. My perfect being is better than your perfect being, sort of thing, still going on.
My mystery school is fancier than your mystery school.
Yeah. And you still have division. It's like, does this God treat us all equally? Well, not in Christian theology, no. Because God still plays favorites. And even basic concepts like, you think like saying grace. You think saying grace would be a very humble, good thing. It's like you're happy that you're glad. You give thanks. You don't take the food you're about to eat for granted.
That's the question.
You give thanks for it. But by saying grace, you're basically saying thank you, God, for favoring me. By giving me food and not giving others
So,
food.
Floyd, that presupposes God having an obligation?
It presupposes that this God actually cares about all of his creation.
Well, in a Christian context, we are in a fallen world. We're all sinners, so God is not obligated to feed us.
Well, again, does this God actually care about the creation it created?
Floyd, you are now moralizing. You are, no offense, you are. Oh, am I quiet? What about now?
Yeah, we can. Well, I'm asking you a question.
It sounds to me, and no offense, because we had good chats, but it sounds to me that you're just whining and the God, you don't like God's character. But what frame of reference are you working with? Is my question. And also, are you a physicalist, as in you believe morality can be traced back to biological mechanisms only?
Well, for the past, 40 minutes, I've been saying what morality is based on. Even I presented an argument and I presented this argument to you in the past, what biblical morality is based on. I spent 20 minutes discussing this already. That it's based on flourishing. So it's irrelevant if this God is torturing us. We're going to run the other way simply because we don't want to be tortured.
You mean like Sam Harris' moral landscape?
Well, yeah, I think it's similar. Yeah, we've discussed this before. This is nothing new.
I don't think you and I discussed this.
Yeah, I remember we've discussed this. I remember you even brought up Sam Harris before.
In any case, what's wrong with what Floyd was saying, in your view of things?
Well, my follow-up question would be: does he believe in? If he believes in moral fact, that state of affairs have moral properties, or does he believe in objective morality? Is my question.
Well, I guess you just came in because I.
Yeah, I just came in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to repeat.
That's fine. Go ahead. That's cool.
Yeah, I just suggest that you go watch the live stream. And
What?
yeah,
Well,
Floyd was talking about this for quite a while.
So we can still work with it. Let's not bother with Floyd's particular position. What would be wrong with believing in objective morality that way?
Well, I don't think if the value properties you perceive in the world are reducible to physical facts as studied by natural sciences. I think that's problematic. But I will go back and listen. Give me a second.
Again, it's based on, us being sentient, biological beings that have needs, wants, and desires. So we're going to be motivated towards those aims. And as I argued, I think biblically it's the same thing.
But look, to reduce it down to a natural property like desirability is a naturalistic fallacy. You're just reducing it down to a naturalistic state of affairs, like pleasure, desirability, all of that commits the same problem. It's linked to the is-ought gap. So you're saying some state of affairs can be linked to what we ought do. In that state of affairs, that's desirable or whatever. It seems kind of off to me. Ethically.
I think oughts are predicated with ifs. If you want this goal, you ought to do this. Just to say, you can't get an ought from an is.
So you're right. The question is, if you want to be moral, you ought do this, but that's the whole nature of the is-ought gap. The problem with the is-ought.
Well, no, it's not to be moral. Morality defines what we ought to do, and what we ought to do is going to be based on some objective goal.
The is-ought gap is taking a moral. Okay, it's about objective morality. What you do is you take a descriptive state of affairs and then make moral prescriptions from a descriptive state of affairs.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I think we just can't blindly.
Well,
when we say we ought to do this, it's based on some goal. If you want to achieve X, you ought to do Y.
Well, and Seamus, I don't find the is-ought gap really necessarily a problem. I actually state from the beginning that morals are a set of universalizable prescriptions. This is the universal prescriptivist standpoint, where all moral statements are prescriptive and that they have to be constrained by the fact that they're universalizable, that they are applied in a universal fashion. So, like a really good example would be the statement, "All people should kill." Well, that couldn't be quite universalized because if two people were standing in a room, they couldn't simultaneously kill each other, right? While things like charity, those kind of things, that's a universalizable statement that all people ought to contribute to charities.
Well, all people should torture could be universalized. You could put two people in a room and they could both torture themselves in some fashion, whether mentally or physically. So but you would say that torture would be not objective. So I don't see that criterion to even meet what you would consider moral.
Well, again, like Floyd said, has to do with the goals-based nature of morals. And so when Floyd was talking about the meta-ethic, when we have the meta-ethic set, that's basically the goal, and we make universal prescriptives in favor of that goal.
Yeah, but you're
so
saying
if you want to increase flourishing, or well-being, then it's obvious that torture can't be a universal prescriptive.
Yeah, that's obvious. Look,
we're going to give Seamus a chance now to explain himself.
Yeah.
Look, the question. Look, if you say if you want to increase flourishing, then you ought not do X, right? That's fine. Okay, you could just use that from a naturalistic state of affairs. But the moment you equate that to being moral, it begs the question of itself, well, why is that moral? Why is desirability moral, right? And the answer couldn't be simply because it induces flourishing. That's just circular.
Yeah,
So
well, you just have G.E. Moore's open question at that point. What makes that good? And however you answer, oh, what makes that good? However you answer that, oh, what makes that good? And it just goes on and on and on. What you're asking is, what moral reasons do you have to be moral? And I submit that we do not have moral reasons to be moral. We have causal reasons to be moral.
Right.
Well, that begs the question again, because we're using the word morality. Look, I agree with you guys 100% that you could say, if you want to increase flourishing, you ought to do X. And there are objective things that increase flourishing. I do not deny that. The moment you equate that to being morality without argument is, I mean, if there's some argument you could render for why flourishing is the moral thing to do, then fine. But it seems like you're just revolving in a circular. It's the moral thing to do because it increases flourishing.
Well, look, Seamus, I'm sidestepping the objective problem, because when most people talk about morals, they're talking about something that's objective or concrete. I mean, my constraint on morality is not that it's objective, but that it's universalizable. Like I said, that it applies in all contexts. So when you're asking about some objective standard for morality, I don't think that's what I'm personally looking for.
Yeah, I think what you're assuming is that, again, that one needs moral reasons to want to be happy and to avoid suffering.
Right. I would say that it's logical to be
I'm just
moral.
saying you need an argument for why flourishing is moral.
Yeah. If we don't have an argument, if we don't have a good reason, that we just as likely prefer pain and avoid suffering, or I'm sorry, avoid satisfaction and so forth. Again, I think you're confusing needing a moral reason to the to what motivates our concern for morality. I don't think you need a moral reason. I think the very fact of our biological nature that impels us to avoid suffering and to seek out long-term happiness and satisfaction is reason enough.
But that's not a universal standard. For example, like masochists, or think about the philosophical thought experiment of the rational Caligula, right? We could think of someone in a world who's rational but just prefers to do what's not conducive to flourishing, right? And that's just a philosophical problem of the rational Caligula. But I don't see how. So it seems as if you're not establishing what you seek to establish. You're trying to say that, like, look, these are something that all people seem to want to do, or the bulk of them, but I don't see how that gets you to morality. It could just be a preference that we just so happen to have. Isn't that possible? We just so happen to have some preference, right? Like, we have the preference of wiping our ass, right? But is that, would we consider wiping our ass moral or whatever like that? I mean, I think what I don't necessarily...
Hold on, we're going to let Seamus finish.
I don't necessarily disagree with you guys in principle. I'm just saying that whatever evidence you're trying to offer for it being objective, you haven't gotten there yet.
Well, I don't think it's any different. Choosing morality is no different than me scratching an itch. If I have an itch, I need to scratch it. Why do I need to scratch it? Because my biological nature is such that I can have itches, and it's discomfort to me. So, again, there's a causal reason why I wanted to scratch that itch.
We also
just like there's a causal reason why we have moral concerns.
We also should equivocate when we use the word good, for example. So, I can say, if I want to play chess, this is a good move, or I'm driving in this country, I'm driving on the wrong side of the road. But that's different than saying that's a good person. You want to not equivocate there.
Well, again, as I mentioned earlier, this idea of good being like a platonic form, I think is nonsense.
Of course.
I think when you say good, it is good for something. When something is good, it's good it's good in meeting some need, want, and desire. Now you could say nuclear bombs are good for killing people, right? Or poison is good for killing someone you hate, right? But we wouldn't call that morally good, right?
Well, I think I don't know if you understand what you're doing or not, but what you're doing is you're running headfirst into all the philosophical objections against your position. Now you're back to the is-ought problem, because you're saying, look, we have these biological traits. Those are the is. Okay, these are the state of affairs. We have these biological things, and now from what is, we're deriving prescriptive oughts. But, but that's simply the problem. How do you move from a state of prescription to description without an argument for why that's the case, right? Why would that be moral? It just seems odd.
I think I answered that already. So.
Well, yeah. Well, Seamus, let's go back to the example that you brought up with the wiping asses thing, right? I think that actually that's a very good question that you asked there, because there's this is that if you don't do that, there will be an increase in disease, right? And as we know, it is a fact that most of or a decent bit of our morality is based in revulsion. And so the ought would be, if you want to increase flourishing and well-being, then you ought to wipe your ass.
Well, I have to go. I was on my lunch break, but
Cool.
I'll
yeah,
give
we
that
can
some thought.
put
I will
this
talk
up.
to you guys later.
All right, thanks, Seamus.
Thank you. Bye.
It sounded like Seamus. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it was.
It sounded like Seamus was arguing for you developing a system where we can flourish and not really rely just on our intuition that we evolved to have to determine what morality is. Because the same way we evolved to have this sense of morality, being subjective or not, that brought us to where we are, it can also probably take us down to extinction, if you think about it. So it's like, if you don't establish a path where we can, determine our flourishment as humankind, then how do we know for sure we're gonna maintain this path towards good and try to seek what's good for everyone? Does that make sense?
I think we established already that we gave some examples of instrumental normativity. So, for example, if you want to play chess, then there's an objective frame of reference. If you want to take part in a social contract, then there's an objective frame of reference. If you decide, for whatever reason, you in your bodies decide that human flourishing is the standard, then you have an objective standard, right? But the question is, why ought we do that, right? So in Christianity, we trace the good back. If you go with G.E.'s more open question, we trace it all the way back to God's nature. So there's always a stopping point with the Christian. It is God's nature, which is unchanging, therefore not contingent. And with instrumental norms, it is contingent. A group of people decide they want to play chess, or they create the game of chess, or they create a social contract. So there's a difference. Now, I must say that moving from is to ought is also is also troublesome for the Christian in some sense, because the question would be, why does one ought to be in accord with God's nature? That's a really tough question also.
Well, yeah, it's sort of just like saying the group of guys, like you were saying, that all agree on flourishing, are now going to all agree on God's nature.
Well, God's nature is what it is. Well, tautology, but it is not subject to change, eternal, not contingent, etc. Maximally
So
great.
what? It's still a group of guys deciding.
No, we did not create God's nature or think it up. It is not something that we created. It is something that we point to as a paradigm or frame of reference for
Well, but the
what
other
good
side
is. So
didn't.
if you please, sorry, if you want to be good, then you have to be in accord with God's nature. That is where we have objectivity.
Yeah, but that you're just deciding to pick God's nature in the same way that the other group is just deciding to pick flourishing.
I don't think that you understood me or heard what I said.
I think she did. I think she got you just fine.
No,
I think she did.
That is exactly what I was talking about 1 minute ago. That is the follow-up question. Why would we have to be in accord with God's nature, right? That is the follow-up question, moving from an is to an ought. Then the Christian, like Seamus said, has to render arguments for why we ought to be in accord with God's nature. But just like the instrumental norms, once that is the case, then you have an objective frame of reference. But the difference between God's nature and the game of chess or a social contract is that they are created by human beings, therefore contingent and not objective. That's my whole point. And if you rewind the tape, I actually said the follow-up question: why ought one be in line with God's nature is problematic also for the Christian. Then you have to render arguments. So
I understood all of that, right? Yeah. My point was, let's get to that.
Right. So I think there are three options if you want to flesh it out. So one, you could take a route where you say the final cause, where God created human beings for a certain reason, and therein is the ought. Or when you talk about prescriptive or obligation, there's a duty, something is owed. On Christianity, we owe our life to God, so therefore there's an obligation, something is owed. And there's the other argument where you can run that God is by definition maximally great, and there's a built-in intrinsic ought in that concept. Now, which one of the three I would use? I think the one where we owe something because of him being the creator. Without him, we would not have life, etc. But like I said before, that is still problematic in terms of moving from what's the word, descriptive to prescriptive. That question is the is-ought gap. That is also very problematic for the Christian. So. But the thing that I pointed out with Floyd is that I don't think you can, like things like virtues, values, and desires, I don't think you can trace back value properties that you perceive in the world to physical natural facts that you can study by the natural sciences. He left before I could touch on that. And the second point I made was the point that I just made, is that the is-ought gap is also there for the Christian, but there's objectivity for the Christian and not objectivity for Sam Harris with the moral landscape or when you want to play a game of chess. Those are instrumental. Are you just going to cut me off? That's fine. Go ahead.
You Christians object. You Christians mistake externalization of central authority and morality to objectification, to objectiveness. Excuse me.
Yeah.
You learned a little trick a long time ago, and that's that human beings have trouble arguing with or questioning that which they cannot immediately reach, see, or attain. So what you figured out was that if you say morality comes from this being that can't be approached, can't be spoken with directly in the same way that you and I can talk to each other, okay, and is, you can't do anything to sort of argue with that morality. All of a sudden, because it externalized, it was more difficult to argue. Like for instance, if Dad comes to you and says you shouldn't do this because it's wrong, you're more likely to argue with Dad than you are to argue with a grand sort of something that you can't talk to directly.
Right. But like I said before, Dad, for example, is contingent, and whatever he desires to do so or fall in line with is not objective but contingent, like I explained before with the instrumental norms. So either you did, so no offense, but either you did not understand it, or you are just repeating what other people just said.
Well, no offense, but either you're mired in Christian dogma or you have difficulty thinking outside the box, because or you have no sense of human history. Either way, you know, you're essentially your bag full of assertions doesn't bring you any closer to objective morality than anything else does.
David,
Go ahead, Frank. You've been waiting for a while. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think a lot of what we kind of value in life can be reduced to brain states which are physical. Yeah, I don't see that as being problematic.
I agree with that. I wasn't sure why you stuck that one in there. I don't even see how it's relevant. I also don't see how you're in any different of a position than anyone else. I mean, you're saying that you are, but I don't see how you're connecting that.
This is strawman after strawman. I just made the distinction between how you can have objectivity. I didn't say objective normativity, by the way. I made a clear distinction there between those instrumental norms and, if you want, and the starting point that if God is the paradigm of good, right? God's nature is the paradigm of good. Now, there might be all sorts of trouble with that in terms of it being a tautology or vacuous. Then you have to raise that point. But if you start, so it's a conditional claim. If God exists, then we have a objective foundation for morality, right? That was the point I made, and I made a clear distinction between the is-ought step, and that is also problematic for the Christian. So I don't see the issue there.
Well, let's talk about the one you just said. If God exists, then we have an objective standard. How do you figure that one? Explain that one.
I explained that like at least 2 times now in the last 20 minutes. God's nature is eternal, not contingent, not subject to change.
But
yeah.
That's you just making claims. You're not explaining anything.
No, it's a counterfactual. Look, it's a conditional claim.
Wait.
Assertion, that would be a better term, yeah.
If we start with Christian
let's not go with that, guys. David,
I'm being
David,
I'm done. Good luck.
Well, David, I was just about to say I think that actually the is-ought gap isn't a problem, because I see morality as a set of universal prescriptions. I don't see it based in facts. These are all prescriptions. These aren't descriptions.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. What is the difference between what you said about it being universal? What's the difference between that and it being objective?
Well, universal simply means that prescription applies to all contexts. So it would be bad for me to steal. It would be bad for me to steal with clown shoes on. It would be bad for me to steal a convenience store. It would be bad for me to steal a gas station. All contexts. That's what universalizable means.
Because that sounds...
Okay.
That sounds very close.
Okay, so for example, smoking is bad for your health, objectively. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a delay, I think, or a lag. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, let's just if Frank could say what he had to say, and then we can go to you, David.
Thank you. It sounds like what you said is that it's objectively wrong to steal.
No.
Whatever.
No, I'm not talking about objectives here. As in, there's a Platonic form that defines stealing and it being bad. I'm not talking about that.
Okay, I'm not talking about that either, but I'm trying to understand how it can be universally wrong to steal in all of so and so circumstances, and at the same time have that be...
Well, that's okay. So obviously that's right. So obviously that's a very strong claim, and I don't know if I could possibly defend it. But let's look at it like an opposite claim, right? Like, it is universally good to do charity, right? You ought to do charity. That's much more easily defended than stealing, because obviously you can go into the whole thing of like, oh, what if you're starving, that kind of stuff, or let's also so that's kind of more of a gray area. But let's look at things like murder, right? If you commit first degree murder in a clown suit, or with a baseball bat, or with a shotgun, none of those are good, right? It's an exhaustive. Basically prescriptive statement. You're saying that this statement is exhaustively bad in all. You take all the situations and you go through all of them. Mm-hmm. So does that kind of make more sense?
A little bit. I think we might have to kind of talk about it for a long time to sort it out.
So either David next, or else Cliff, and then we can go back to that.
And just really quickly, actually, to Frank, I actually think that ethics and morality is actually one of the last parts of philosophy that is really not yet completely understood. Most other parts of philosophy are pretty cut and dry when it comes to a lot of stuff, but in ethics and morality, I think that there's still a lot to be thought about.
Okay, David, and then Cliff.
Yeah. So the problem with this waiting line or queue thing is that I wanted to interject and say something that was, I think, relevant to the things discussed then, and now it might be just a blank or a weird statement. But I was going to give the example that smoking is objectively bad for your health, but it is not immoral to smoke, for example. So I was going to make that distinction, but never mind. Good luck.
Yeah, but no, I understand that point. Yeah, Cliff, what did you want to add?
I find it. I was listening in the watch link, and I found David's suggestion that God is unchanging interesting, because God is changing. The things that Jesus said, and Jesus is supposedly God from the Christian perspective, is quite different to what God said. The adulterous woman story.
Give me an example.
Fine. The adulterous woman story about he who was without sin cast the first stone differs completely from Leviticus, where it's talking about what to do with adulterous people. And bear in mind that 2 Timothy 3:16 says all Scripture, not parts of it. All Scripture is God-breathed and is useful for teaching, rebuking, correcting, and training in righteousness.
Okay, so
God changed.
Had to change. Moving from Genesis to Revelation, there's a clear movement and progression with a certain plan in mind. So
I didn't go to Revelation.
Okay,
Second Timothy.
We got to let David. David gets to finish, Cliff.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think he dropped.
Yeah, he's gone.
I think you're absolutely right, though, Cliff, that the character of God in the Old Testament and the New Testament, I think they are very different, and I think there is a change, and I think there's kind of like cultural, historical reasons for that, yeah, I kind of noticed. Like I had, an alarm bell kind of go off when David said that.
I mean, the difficulty is this idea of God giving objective morality is a false one, because there are scriptures that say completely different things to each other, and yet, depending on your subjective opinion, you can choose which verse. For example, let's say I'm a Christian and I no longer want to speak to whoever is challenging me. I can just say, I'm not going to cast my pearls before swine. But on the alternate side, I can say, well, 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be prepared to defend your faith.
Yeah, but Cliff, you know what the universal Nuremberg defense is for that from the theists. It's context, 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 context.
Yes.
Right? So, that's the conversation you get bogged down into when you
Well, but I think that's the argument on both sides. Is that, I mean, that's exactly the argument that Floyd was running. That morality isn't this Platonic ideal out in space somewhere. It has to do with the human context and what it means to flourish as a human in human society.
Well, I'm not sure how you connect a biblical context with a human moral context. I'm not sure where you make that
sure,
connection.
there's utterly horrid things in the Bible. I'm not defending that.
Well, no, I don't understand how you can even. It's like comparing apples and oranges. I mean, when they talk about biblical context, they say, well, you have to understand the historical portion. You have to understand some of the dialectic portions of different languages that the Bible was written in, and how this word really means that word, and he said it because of this, that, and the other. I mean, let's face it, folks. The only other book in Western, in widely read in Western literature that has to be exegeted. The only other works that need to be exegeted other than the Bible is Shakespeare.
Yeah, but Gus, I mean,
any book of rules that needs to be explained that much, there's got to be something wrong with it.
Well, but Gus, on the other side, I mean, they're kind of doing the same thing. They're saying, well, you first have to understand evolution and biology and psychology and logic and all this kind of stuff.
It's very difficult to quote a scientific fact out of context the same way they claim that we quote biblical scripture out of context.
And
again, you're comparing apples and oranges.
But also, this is all.
I may be, but I'm just trying to be.
This is all distinction thing does not come down to evolution. I mean, if we're going to go by evolution, we would say, doesn't matter that you're disabled and your legs don't work. Screw you. We're not going to put a disabled ramp. If you we're not going to invent wheelchairs. If you're disabled, you'll just have to crawl around, right? No, as a social species, we've said, okay, things aren't as equal as, we obviously can't make things equal because we can't get people to walk again without surgery and some things are beyond our abilities. But what we can do is give people the best opportunities they can with what they've got. So putting in disabled ranks, lowering curbs, having buses that, drop down so that disabled people can get on them. That is our social imperative to say, how can we address the balance as best we can for a given situation?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, we realize that the disabled inherently aren't useless. I mean, we obviously can see that many people like Stephen Hawking, right, brilliant person.
What if the disabled was useless? Would you still not want to offer them the opportunity to have a same style of life as everybody else?
The disabled are never useless. The disabled exist. The disabled exist to teach other human beings empathy.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying, even if they were, why would you want to take? It's like you have the gut feeling to help other people. You don't really have to rationalize why you would want to help.
Well, that's come into us through natural selection as well, right? Right. Because groups of us that helped each other tended to last longer and pass on more progeny than groups of us that didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, and even sexual dimorphism, and the morality surrounding sexual dimorphism. A really good example would be the Neanderthals are thought one of the reasons why they died out was that they were too egalitarian in their the split of the work, where the women would actually go out on the hunts with men. And what that meant was that the women would die, and because women are the limiting factor in reproduction, their numbers dwindled.
So is the problem like eventually come to so obviously morality has something to do with the ability for a culture or for people to survive. But I mean, I think the problem comes when people are not attuned to what needs to be changed, right?
Well, there are different tiers of morality. I mean, the very first planks of what you and I would call a moral code were created purely out of biological necessity. Okay, but as our basic needs and the stuff that we needed just to survive and propagate ourselves, as that became easier for us, and indeed became just a matter of routine effort with a lot less chance of imminent death around every single corner, then we found ourselves free to consider higher concepts. Indeed, as we began inventing things that sprung out of being able to meet our needs and wanting to meet them with greater ease, we were forced to create certain higher concepts and create morality surrounding those. So I think what a lot of people don't realize is that, you know, morality is not just a single body, but it's a layer cake.
Right. Often.
So people ask questions about different layers of the cake as though they're all the same. They're not.
True.
I mean, often enough, you could have a leader who might be allergic to something, right, and then have sanctions against that, and that would become part of the moral code. I think a really interesting book on that would be on the genealogy of morals. I don't know if you guys have read it by Nietzsche, but
yeah, I try to avoid Nietzsche because I'd like to be able to go a full week without wanting to kill myself.
Actually, he's more the positive side. You know,
he's a real sunshiny kind of guy, is Nietzsche.
I mean,
it's all relative, isn't it? It's all relative.
Well, you know, actually, I just started reading Ecce Homo. I mean, you should read that to really give a good sense of his positivism.
All right, let's let Dio explain. Let's let Dio explain for a minute or two about Nietzsche.
I think basically, if I can just be concise and precise about it, Nietzsche really saw the threat of Schopenhauer, pessimistic philosophy, right? And so, because Schopenhauer was extremely influential, not just to Nietzsche but to other people as well, specifically Wagner in his life. And so Nietzsche kind of rebelled against it. He took a more positive side. He thought pessimism and skepticism was an illness, a sickness to people, and so, you know, that's basically what it comes down to.
If Nietzsche's the positive one of the litter, then I'm not reading any of these other guys in the vicinity of sharp objects.
Well, Gus, I mean, that's why you had this conception of the Übermensch, right? That, you know, you could create a higher self.
Yeah, well, part of the reason is that because he thought life is shit, this is shit, everything's shit, I'm shit.
No.
Shit.
Hold on a second, Gus. No, actually, if you go back and you look at, I've read the diary entries and everything. If you go back, like Wagner, one of their big, the reason why Wagner and Nietzsche never spoke again was because Wagner, his last opera called Parsifal, right, which was an opera based on renunciation. It was kind of like it dealt with some of the themes of Eastern philosophy. And Nietzsche thought that was kind of repulsive, and that wasn't something, you know, in the direction in which we wanted to go in. However, I think that some of the problems that we have today is people who are life-affirming. We're dealing with extreme capitalism. We're dealing with problems of pollution, consumerism, and stuff like that. So yeah, it is good to affirm life, but I mean, to a certain extent, you know, you have to kind of keep in mind that, you know, other people are going to want to affirm life later on as well, right?
Dionysius, I have read some Nietzsche, and it's depressing as fuck. Okay, so I'm sure that you know, Nietzsche, you know, at one point might have written a book that wasn't depressing, just the same way I'm sure that Ridley Scott might have made a movie where he turned the lights on. But at the end of the day, you know.
Okay, Gus.
Stop it, Helena. He's not going to take me seriously. Stop it.
Okay, I'm muting.
You know, but I mean, I've now granted. Now I will be honest and say, have I read the books of Nietzsche that I've read from cover to cover? No, I've often read large tracts and excerpts of them, but they haven't made me want to keep fucking reading. Believe me. So.
Well, don't touch Schopenhauer. But just really quickly, one of the most important.
I'm not inclined to. For a number of reasons.
One of the most important aspects of Nietzsche's philosophy, and I don't know if it's been disproven or not, but it is called the eternal reoccurrence, which is the idea that you know, if time is infinite, then everything has to occur again over and over and over again ad infinitum.
Well, I would agree with him. I would agree with him with that. As a matter of fact, I even go further.
But even if it's not. But the point I'm trying to make, though, even if that's not physically true, the point that he's trying to make is that your life should be, in a sense, that you would want to relive it over and over and over and over again. And so you should, you know, it's called amor fati, the love of fate. And so that's just trying to prove to you that he wasn't a pessimistic philosopher
The
at all.
love of faith?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should push this conversation a little further down the road because you and I are not going to agree on this.
Okay.
Yeah. Next.
Trans women are just men.
I don't understand. There is a beauty. Gus, there is a beauty. There's a beauty of tragedy. All right. Not all tragedy is ugly.
Yeah. You think there's a beauty in tragedy? Try being involved in one.
No, I don't. I think the Bee Gees suck.
Hey, debate. You want to hear?
That's not half bad. That's getting better.
You want to hear something funny?
I think what Dio was saying is that there are some philosophers that that realize the tragedy in life, and they have their kind of pessimistic, like era or phase of their life, and like ultimately, like at the end of their life, they kind of have like a positive upswing. I think that's what happened with Camus.
Wasn't what would happen with Nietzsche. If I remember correctly, Nietzsche died gibbering of syphilis.
Well, if anyone,
No, he didn't have syphilis. That's not true. He probably died as a virgin.
I mean, what syphilis literally does is it turns your brain into dust, and so like
amongst other things.
My point is that anyone who is dying of syphilis is going to go crazy and mad and have a really bad time.
Well, Nietzsche didn't seem like a party goer to me. I mean, look at. I'm not saying that Nietzsche that Nietzsche was foolish or that Nietzsche wasn't a powerful thinker. He was, but I truly believe from the stuff that I've read of his that his work was heavily tainted by the fact that he had a sad. That boy had a sad, okay, and. That's my impression of his work. Now, if everybody who's read his work in here other than me disagrees with me, I don't need to have a fucking boxing match every day of the week. We can shake hands, realize that by and large we're still relatively intelligent people, and go on and eat French fries together. But that's my opinion of the shit of his that I've read.
Okay, Gus, like most people.
Dionysius, since we're not going to agree, maybe we should move on since we're not going to agree.
Okay, but I'm not disagreeing with you completely. I'm just saying that most people would agree that he's a more positive aspect.
I don't know where you're getting that from, but hey, if that's your opinion, so be it. It doesn't happen to be one I share, and since it's either do that or the audience gets treated to us banging our heads against each other for however long, perhaps we should move along.
I think Nietzsche would have done far better if there had been antidepressants at the time.
I think Nietzsche. Yeah. I think perhaps if Dionysius is correct, I think Nietzsche perhaps needed a fucking lay.
Wait, hold on a second. I resent that statement that Cliff just said. Now, what if you were to give like Beethoven antidepressants? Could we possibly have some?
Well, we'd get John Tesh.
No, the point that I'm trying to make is a lot of good art comes from suffering. So sometimes you guys want to prevent suffering at all. You guys want to prevent suffering at all costs. And I'm saying maybe you should want to increase it and make it even worse than it's been before.
You're saying that maybe what we ought to do is work to increase suffering? Maybe you could explain why.
For the sake of the arts, right?
Yeah.
And what
so
if
we
you're
can
not
have more
interested in
beautiful
being
and obscure art?
I wouldn't want to be an artist.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be an artist either. Hey, Gus, I hear you sing really well. Let me shove this hot rod up your ass.
The idea is sublimation.
I want to be an accountant.
What happens is if you're able to survive it, right? If the suffering is so has been intensified so much, and then as Nietzsche would say, if your will of power has become so intensified, then that leads to some of the most beautiful things that this world has ever created. It led to Beethoven.
I bet plenty of people have suffered horrendously and not created beautiful art. I bet people who haven't suffered at all have created beautiful art.
Hey, Michelangelo, come here. I want to punch you, make you feel it.
Punch? That's nothing. Into the thumb screws with you, Michael.
I think there may be some kind of a relationship between like times of strife and like like there was really good art and music and culture like in the 60s and the Vietnam War, years, and you can kind of compare that to the arts and culture of the 80s when the economy was kind of different. There was more affluency, things like that.
Well, it was a different set of beauty. I mean, the 80s.
Yeah,
the 80s
let's not forget
the 80s had its own aesthetic. I mean, the thing is, I think what we're talking about here is that mankind has the ability to flourish and to express him or herself regardless of his or her circumstance. And I think that's a bit of a different thing from, tacitly admiring suffering because it makes you produce more.
Art is very subjective anyway, so this whole idea that suffering is going to make people make better art, that art is subjective.
If
So
suffering wasn't good, it would.
I don't know.
Dio has hollered something in all caps in the side there. I'll friggin' rub my eyes. If suffering wasn't good, it would not still be around. Nature doesn't do anything in vain, idiots. That statement has no backing in fact.
But I guess if you look at the art world, the artists that are greatly admired are the ones that seem to show that they went through like a life of suffering.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
Van Gogh certainly did. He cut his bloody ear off.
Yeah, Van Gogh was nuts.
Right.
I think Helene has been trying to get a word in for a while.
Right?
He was sucking on his paintbrushes, and he went. The next thing you know, he was shaving parts off himself.
And he's considered one of the greatest artists of all time, right?
Well, yeah, but then how do you account for Michelangelo? How do you account for Matisse? How do you account for
Michelangelo? He was gay. He was gay during a time where being gay wasn't so acceptable.
In fucking Renaissance Italy? Are you kidding?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah.
Helene,
All
you
right,
were trying
so-
to say?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think that, look, so Dionysus, we're not making fun of you, right? Except for, there's a part, if all you want to say is that good things can come from suffering, and beautiful things can grow out of suffering. That's I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But you went farther, and you even went so far as to say you think that perhaps society ought to induce suffering for some other purpose. And so if we try to follow that along, like, what is that? How would that play out? What would the procedure be? Like, third graders all must undergo torture? Like, you have to pass your torture exam?
Helena, obviously I was being provocative, right? But
Well, you provoked something, so congratulations.
You provoked several jokes out of me.
Some of them were even good.
Well, I think what you were saying is that through experiencing suffering, you can learn strength, or you can learn perseverance, or you can learn skills that could be beneficial, and that if you're living a spoiled, coddled life, you could essentially miss out on those things.
Right. No, Frank is hitting the nail on the head. I mean, Machiavelli talks about this all the time. Those who feel that they have the right to be comfortable versus those who have the lion and the fox.
Yeah, he was killed. Machiavelli ended his life being executed. So
okay,
he said a bunch of things that resonate. He said a bunch of things that resonates with the darker sides of our personality.
Machiavelli,
and everybody claps their hand. But at the end of the day, when that guy was strung up for.
He wasn't executed. He wasn't executed.
Italy
anyway,
he didn't die of natural causes.
Yeah, he did. But he died in poverty. But yeah, he died from natural causes. I'm almost 100% sure about that. But also, what I want to mention about suffering is that it increases your senses. You become extremely acute to your environment. Yeah, you do feel the pain more acutely, but you also experience the pleasures more acutely as well. So yeah, if you want to remove all suffering, right, then you're also going to have to remove all pleasure as well.
That's ridiculous. And number two, the thing with what you're saying, I think we could all agree would hold if suffering was known to be temporary, right? But if you've got suffering that won't have an end, but with your death, then this coming out on the other side business doesn't even apply.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Well, of course, I mean, Helena, of course, we're not talking about like pointless suffering, right? We're not talking about the person who has muscular dystrophy, right? Of course, I'm not going to speak about something like that in such a ridiculous way. But we're talking about the average intelligence, average health.
I'm coming in. Sorry, I need to say something from this. You've clearly never met someone suffering. If you would have met someone suffering that grew up in either foster care or grew up in an abusive home where they were molested and their fucking stepdad would have fucking sex with them against their will and kick the shit out of them, they're not happy people. Because they're no longer in that environment. It has affected them mentally.
Can you let Simon finish, please?
Of the social aspect that they can no longer trust any human because when they did trust someone, their trust was abandoned, and it affects them to the stage of not that now that they're no longer in the environment they appreciate everything and the fucking grass is greener because I'm no longer in that environment. It affects you mentally and it affects the social and physical sides of you, and you've clearly never met someone that's went through that.
Clearly you're being presumptuous. You don't know one fucking thing about me.
Okay,
well, considering
Frank.
I would like to add something to
Cliff
to
and
what
then
Simon.
Frank.
Sure.
I'd like to add something to what Simon just said, which is it moral to have someone suffer for our benefit? Do we walk on the backs of the poor, effectively, the poor downtrodden artist, and use their stuff for our benefit? And just, it basically, I think it's immoral to use somebody in that way, to make them suffer, to allow them to suffer just for our benefit.
Well, in that way, we could do that in fiction, right? We could use, right, and myth and storytelling and stuff. And I'm sorry, I said Frank was going to go next, and then I jumped. Go, Frank.
That's okay. I think Dio would recognize that there are kinds of suffering that are so psychologically harmful and traumatic that it would cause a person to become more sensitive, and it would cause complications that all of us can kind of recognize as being bad. But I think there's also this other side that he's talking about, and I'm kind of thinking of I'm thinking of Syrian refugees, as an example, who are fleeing a situation that is utterly horrific, and if they're given, a chance, like in the U.S. or Europe, to kind of build a new life, given all the suffering that they have experienced, I think when they have a second, chance, they're going to have a perspective that being, like a first world person, who was kind of born in the West, we're not going to have that same perspective, but because we haven't experienced, their kind of suffering.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, I mixed up my X's. Machiavelli wasn't executed; he was exiled, which, for a political operator who touts the sort of magic formula to be able to this, that, and the other when it comes on the political stage, that's frankly just as bad.
So you're saying that these immigrants are going to be able to live their lives more fully than an average person after they went through all of that?
Sorry, immigrants? What? Who?
That's what
to Frank.
Frank was saying. He was saying that, these immigrants, that they're going to have a different perspective in life after they went through all of that. I don't know if that's where he was going.
Yeah. I mean, and they might have a more positive perspective then they're going to have that. I'm trying to draw a link between them getting a positive perspective because of their suffering. But I think what you were saying about victims of abuse and having a negative perspective because of their experiences is also true. Like,
yeah, that's just trauma there.
Things are kind of active.
Yeah, that's just trauma that affects the person directly, like in the subconscious. I wouldn't say. I think it goes beyond suffering. When somebody at a certain stage in their life went through a harsh type of suffering.
And also, let's not forget that there are plenty of artists that haven't gone through suffering that can still produce beautiful things. Beautiful.
Give an example. Give an example.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's. Do you think all artists suffer?
Well, that's the tradition. That's what you see. You usually see that guy that came from way down there and he brought himself up through his talents. You don't see that guy that was. Well, I guess you could say there are a few of them that were brought up rich and was able to influence the world, but I mean that's not necessarily what we want to see in an artist. We want to see that underdog type of character. I mean that's just. I'm not saying that's objectively true. I'm just saying that's what usually attracts people's attention.
Well, it depends on the fucking, what artists you most subscribe to. If it's, the rappers and stuff, then yeah, guaranteed a lot of them are going to come from that shitty background. But if you're looking at, I don't know, along the lines of the more classical arts, well, then that won't necessarily be the case. Like, a fucking Dutch violinist, I can't remember his name for the life of me. Upper class man, and he produces beautiful music.
There's also a really he's a music producer known as Danger Mouse. You've probably never even heard of him. He writes songs.
He did Jay-Z's Grey album, right?
Yeah, he writes songs, and he's such a diverse artist that he's helped direct songs for U2, Red Hot Chili Peppers, like rappers like CeeLo Green and things like that as well. And no one knows his fucking name. Yeah, he's an amazing musician, and it's a shame because he kind of falls under the carpet while people kind of take that. But he didn't grow up in suffering or anything like that. But he's an amazing talent. Yeah, he might not have the sort of spotlight if, say, he grew up and he fucking people do enjoy an underdog story. Yeah, that people do that, and it hits the press pretty well. So, yeah,
I could be sorry, I think to finish. I could be mistaken, but I don't think René McIntosh had a harsh life. But he's fantastic.
I think there's also like an opportunity to, like, when you are suffering, to transcend. I just think that psychologically things happen that would not normally happen to a normal person, and so they go into different worlds that most people will not be familiar with.
I think that's a romanticization of suffering, quite frankly.
Yeah. I would say there's some truth in what you're saying, but yeah, it's a very romanticized truth.
Yeah, and my personal views, I think that there's plenty of great art that came from joyousness and happiness. I mean, a really good example of this would be the painting The School of Athens by Raphael, with its complex architecture and interweaving motifs and the highly beautifully and realistically composed light and fabric, and all that came from an inspiration of the greatness of humanity, and not really something that came out of a place of pain.
I don't recall anything tragic happening to Monet, but again, I could be mistaken. Not that I personally like his art, but that's my personal feelings towards it.
And sometimes there's really not a clear distinction.
Raphael?
No, Monet.
Oh, Monet? Yeah.
Yeah, I like Raphael, but I don't recall.
Yeah, I love Raphael. Yeah.
I'm not I'm not an
big fan of
expert on
Monet.
artists, but I don't recall being told anything tragic happening to Monet. But he's considered one of the great artists.
Oh,
I mean, I think it just comes down to a false dichotomy to try and pull the maths that, you know, great artist equals suffering.
I mean, I'm not denying that there are some great artists who have suffered, and it probably did have some effect on what they produced.
No, but there is a clear link between good art and madness. You can't deny that claim. I'm sorry.
There is a link between that. Yes, so that I will not deny. But you're assuming everyone who's mentally ill is having a tragic life. That's not necessarily the case.
So you got to walk that fine line to be a great artist.
Well, I don't know.
Without going completely mad.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the. I mean, beware the all the time statement.
No, like not everybody who's mad is a great artist, but almost every time someone's a great artist, there's a loose screw there, right? There's something. I mean, like even like Woody Allen, right? There's just something loose about Woody Allen that.
Yeah, like his morals.
Again, Macintosh, I don't recall there being any. You are correct. There is a link to some extent, a tenuous link between certain mental illnesses and art. I will not deny that, and I, at the moment, can't remember. I know I can't remember offhand what the backing up for that is, but that said, not every mental person is artistic. Not every artistic person is mental. Not every person who's been from horrific. In fact, very few people probably who've been through horrific tragedies could turn out to be artists. And you seem to be making very sweeping statements. This is, I think, the issue.
Personally, I would be interested in just the hard stats. What are the numbers?
Yeah, but how do you quantify suffering to create statistics?
Oh, sure.
Well, I mean, isn't all suffering relative?
No. Like this Scoville unit. Have you heard of that? That's like.
Are you talking about the unit of pain? So that we're
specifically the spiciness, like the pain in the mouth from capsaicin, right? So that's measurable. I mean, so I wouldn't say that pain's completely relative.
Well, but there's okay, but I mean, there are people who do not see pain as deleterious whatsoever, right? So they may experience pain, but to them it might as well not be so. So, I mean, and then there are people, particularly people who may not have been, they haven't maybe done much in life. Maybe they're young, and they run across something, and their suffering is beyond measure.
Sure. And I mean, then there's the genetic freaks who they don't even have like pain receptors, right? Where they actually literally have to be very careful to avoid gashes and that kind of stuff because they simply can hurt themselves and not even feel it.
So under that circumstance, I mean, how would you collect statistics about suffering? I mean, the only thing.
I know. Look. I mean, all sorts of statistical methods are imperfect, and it can obviously be. There's even a whole book on. It's titled "How to Lie with Statistics." But so yeah. I mean,
let's collect statistics. Oh, okay.
Yeah, even though there's different pain tolerances for different people, and.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the difficulty, right?
Some people like pain, don't they? So
it would be interesting to see some kind of numbers. That's all I'm saying.
I know.
Yeah, I would do
you're right.
Historical analysis. I can try to see if there's a relationship between, like, bad economics or wars with, like an injection of something into the artistic cultures, like if there's any patterns in that, like is what I'm thinking.
Right.
But the other thing to keep in mind is that what we consider to be masterwork art can often change. Right.
Yeah,
now, I mean, there are pieces of art that no one's ever going to dispute, right? Like this is always going to be beautiful. But particularly in the last 100 years or so, there's been an awful lot of vacillation back and forth between opinion as to what's good, what's bad. What Art Deco came into and fell out of favor. You know, a lot of the classical styles came into and fell out. So I mean, how would we even, you know what I mean? Like a modern artist who's feeling a tremendous amount of pain might throw an open paint can on a canvas.
Tracy
Whereas
Ullman.
a classical
Tracy.
whereas a classical artist who felt pain might paint you, you know, Jupiter eats his young or whatever the name of that.
Yeah, but I mean, modern art has just been a fucking scam. You know, all that shit throwing the paint on the fucking canvas. I mean, that's just a scam. That's what modern art.
Well, but that's not what critics.
Here we go.
The critics don't say that. They don't say that's a scam. They're the ones that dedicate their lives to analyze and
Right.
to
The critics are
compare.
invested in the scam, though, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Here we go,
No,
boys.
I don't think
I mean,
so.
you're talking about conspiracy theory.
I'm saying this, you know, a little tongue in cheek.
Oh, right. Okay. I was going to say
It's not so much as a conspiracy theory as much as it is a meme, right? It's this idea that, oh no, this is something new, this is something refreshing. No, it's not new. It's garbage. Let's go back to the classics, because what happened was after World War One,
Yeah, because you get to dictate what everyone sees in art. Good.
there
Okay.
was a gap, and so like the classic tradition wasn't able to continue, and so there was a gap after the wars, and that's really what led us. We had T.S. Eliot, we had James Joyce, it kind of left us kind of scatterbrained. We're going back to what's it called, minimalism. So I think we're trying to get back to where to the classical tradition, but we're faced with all the challenges from all the different cultures right now.
Okay, I've got to go for dinner, so but I'll just say this before I leave, Dio. A lot of the artists that are now highly acclaimed weren't famous and weren't known as good artists before they died. Okay, bye everybody.
There was someone else, D.
Well, D, it's funny she say that. I don't know if that was a challenge, but I would totally agree with what she said.
Yeah, that is.
She's saying that everybody was going, oh, that's trash. That's just garbage, crap, trash to those people. Just like you're doing to the people current.
You know something?
I think she was trying to leave on a point of agreement.
Well, it's on a similar kind of thing.
That's not true.
The former World Trade Center was considered an eyesore when it was first built, and now it's laminated.
So was the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
The Parisians hated the Eiffel Tower when it first went up. They said it was an eyesore.
Yeah.
To say nothing of all of Expressionism.
I just want to point out that I think it's interesting that we started on the topic of morality and we went into aesthetics and art.
I love Lars von Trier, by the way. I think it's classic art.
I'm not surprised it happened, but yeah, I don't know if anybody else noticed it or not, but
I did. I've been noticing.
Yeah, I think just yeah, suffering. It's all connected. Suffering, art, and morality. I guess you can connect the two in that sense.
It is a very it comes down to art is very subjective as well. There you go. There's the link.
Yeah, but I mean, from my point of view, I think I tend to believe that morality is subjective, and art is the opposite. It's totally subjective. And I've been I have a couple artist friends, and I've been trying to get them to help me understand how there can be art criticism if it's all subjective.
I think it has to do.
And I've been reading a little bit of Kant and stuff. Go ahead.
It has to do with your interests. If you're not interested in the topic, then there's no way you can actually. You're not going to dedicate yourself to try to understand it. You know what I mean? If it's not what you want to do.
Well, if I guess what I'm trying to understand is if two art critics have a disagreement over, if so and so piece of art is good, how do they persuade the other? What standard are they going to appeal to persuade the other person?
Well, I mean, a lot of the time these standards are kind of created in a way. I mean, I'll give you an example of, the movie Waterworld. I think that's a really good film.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, it
Oh my
bombed,
God, no.
It bombed at the box office. It didn't
Yes, it
do
did.
well.
Waterworld?
Yeah, it didn't do very well in the box office. It didn't
You
make
mean-
its money. It didn't make the money that it cost.
Did you mean
So
to
it is
say Mad
considered.
Max?
So it is considered a flop. You know, I think the soundtrack on it is awesome. I think it's a pretty good film as a whole. But you know, not everybody agrees with me.
I think everybody.
What is the standard? Is a good movie, or is it a good movie because it made the money that it cost to make it?
Right, right. So you would say that you could point to it being an abject financial failure.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can say the first Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, was a great.
Yeah, it's the inverse.
It sold really well, but a lot of the fans don't like it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Kanye West is famous, so it's like you can't really say he's a really insightful person.
Well, my view is that I think art might have something to do with novelty, and so a lot of the early impressionists and expressionists were looking at new ways of looking at art, and I think a really extreme example might be, I'm probably going to horribly pronounce his name, Piet Mondrian. He's very famous for his black lines and primary colors. They're the squares and everything, where basically he took everything away from art to the most minimal point that you could even barely consider it art. It was, I think he made some paintings where it was just like a black circle on a canvas and that was it. Things like that. And so that very quickly loses its novelty and later on is rejected as art. And a similar thing with like Pollock, where his Monroe and multiple saturations was highly novel at the time, but now that pop culture has completely overdone it, it's no longer novel, it's no longer interesting, it's no longer pushing the definition of what is art.
Yeah, it looks dated even.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think. I think that's one of the problems, though. Like, I don't agree with the idea that you have to push the boundaries in order to be profound.
Oh, sure, I agree. I mean, I'm just trying to relate it kind of vaguely.
Yeah, no, I think novelty is like it's part of it. It's important.
I believe art can have a certain level of mathematics to it as well, in terms of what is art. If that is the structure of the lining or the colors that interject with each other, or don't join with each other in such a way that they deflect from each other and make the colors look better.
Oh, like anatomy, right?
Yeah.
Where you can just intuitively look at like a drawing of someone and know that there's something wrong, even though you can't quite describe it. You know that maybe some part is too long, compared to another part of the limb, or maybe the muscles structure doesn't look right, but you wouldn't be able to describe it unless you're an expert. And so we have a very strong intuition for what we consider good, just from our day-to-day lives.
I think it's dangerous to say mathematics, though, because does geometric style art score higher on the mathematics scale? And oh gosh, what's his name? He did where he'd stick eyes on sideways and the ear up, sort of like up near an eyebrow, or something like that. I can't remember. He was an expressionist. I've forgotten his name.
I'm not saying all art. I'm saying that some art can be leveled with a sense of mathematics.
I think you're saying that you can program an AI to produce the greatest art in the world, not created by a human being, but created by a algorithm based on what we like as human beings.
Well, I think you can kind of do like what's it called, a Rorschach test. I think you can tell the type of person a person is, depending on what art they like.
And there's actually been some research done into the stuff that Bao was talking about, where like evolutionary art, where you have like a piece, and then it uses the evolutionary operations like mutation and crossover to produce new pieces of art, and you just kind of select the children, it generates a new 20, select the children, generates a new 20, and you kind of guide this evolutionary process.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, there's, it only does so much. I mean, it is limited, obviously, but it's still fascinating.
Yeah.
Direction.
I don't know who's you know about Salvador Dali.
Yes.
There was one piece that he did. It was like the face of a lion, in terms of. Do you know? I've actually give me a second.
Yeah, I don't remember that one. Yeah, but that's an interesting thing, because a lot of people would say that they don't think like a machine can create great art. Like he was saying that you can just trace it down to mathematics. There's a basic calculation that you can determine what it is that human beings find artistic or attractive, or that attracts their attention.
Yeah, I'm not so sure a computer could do that. It would have, I would imagine, although you never know. But there is a certain degree of that player piano effect, where the artificiality of it, the lack of subjectivity, the lack of error, although I guess you could program it in.
Yeah, but that's just a bad program.
Yeah, maybe it's just a bad program.
Right.
Simon showing off a piece here.
Yeah, well, if you're looking at any
Well,
one piece,
I completely disagree. Take a look at this image. This was made by Picbreeder.
Hang on, hang on a second, because we've got Simon's up now.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Simon.
If you were to take any piece of this, you would never determine what it is. Each piece contrasts like almost every other, but put together, I would say it is beautiful, and not just in terms of the colouring used, which is so diverse. The shapes of each part of the colouring, and you know almost instantly what it is, even by like the sight of it. If that makes sense.
The bit between the upper teeth, it looks like Ming the Merciless has been kind of crammed in.
Yeah, it's so like they're so strange. But yeah, I just
That's really cool.
Salvador Dali Prince, I like him quite a lot. But
Never seen that one.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites.
Yeah, Salvador Dali is an excellent artist.
All right, you want to show yours now?
Yeah, so as I was saying, this is known as Picbreeder. So like I was saying, you can use these evolutionary. So this was the parent, and then here's some children, right? So this is a child, and then this one kind of looks more like a bird, and less like a dolphin, right? And then you can just go on here and just start from scratch. Here, I can just evolve this one. Okay. Where do I agree? Oh. Okay.
I did that Google thing on one of my pictures. Google has a thing like that. I don't remember what it's called, but
Oh, I need to install Java. That's why. But yeah, so you can see here's an apple. Like here's it looks like a road with a light. All this was simply created from very simple pictures to and going into much more complex pictures. So definitely we're at a point where you can have art kind of guided by humans in a way where things can be seen as more appealing or even just simply self-directed imagery. Like Google did some of that. I forget what it was called, but they had like a image, like an art bot that they were making.
no, that's the one I did on my face. That Google program.
Yeah.
I always thought Salvador Dali was hilarious, especially all the pictures that were ever taken of him. He's got this look on his face like somebody, before they took the picture, somebody whipped out their wang and showed it to him. Like,
Yeah,
if you ever take a look at
He embodied the absurd, that's for sure. I think.
it's just like, you just know that somebody just showed him the Todger, right? And he's like, what is that? Click. Shit.
Oh yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about.
Say what the fuck? I mean, cheese.
He almost was cast to play the role of the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV in Jodorowsky's version of Dune. But Jodorowsky never got a chance to make Dune because it was this enormous magnum opus. But
Yeah.
Don't they have a documentary about that?
Yeah.
I was going to mention that. Have you seen that, guys?
You know who's great for a magnum opus, don't you? Tom Selleck.
Grown.
Okay, you see now, there's trying too hard, right? I'm just, I'm on your side, Cliff. I taught Edward how to, I taught Maximus how to crack a joke, but I'll teach you too. Don't worry. And I mean, look at him now. He makes jokes. They're funny. People laugh. It's really quite something.
They're kind of funny sometimes. I'll grant you that.
More
Which
often
is
than not.
definitely an improvement.
More often than not, they're funny.
I kind of have a scattergun sense of humor.
His thing was timing, though, like comedic cadence and timing. He'd be like,
That's so exactly what was wrong. You're so right.
I know a joke, and I'm gonna tell it to you. Oh, okay. And not like you're not telegraphing that one like Western Union.
But just that right there makes it funny.
Yeah, well,
the bad timing makes it funny.
It made it cute. I mean, Max was trying, and it was cute of him to try. And he did eventually get much better at it. It used to be that you'd have a better chance of laughing at something he was wearing than something he'd say. But he got better at it.
Comedians would argue that suffering is necessary to create great comedy.
Yeah, well, that's just because they a decent stand-up comic usually goes the first 15 years of his life without a decent meal.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I didn't realize how terribly Richard Pryor suffered. I mean, that was pretty tragic. I was watching a PBS series about that a few months ago.
His life?
Yeah, like his mother was like this whore that basically he basically had to watch. I don't know if this is true, but like white men come in there and basically do all kinds of different sex acts to her in order, for money.
Oh.
And he just, yeah.
I think Crosby had a pretty easy life.
Comedy.
Bing Crosby? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Could be a coping mechanism, or like some kind of mechanism.
Yeah, well, humor is a coping mechanism for a lot of things. I mean, Russians and people who live in Siberia have wonderful senses of humor, more or less. If you ignore the really dark part of the humor.
Yeah, the coldness.
Trump would say that he likes what's his name sense of humor. Their president right now.
His own? Oh, okay.
The sort of Scottish sense of humor is like really dark, bordering on like just like you would make jokes about fucking paedophilia and things like that, and it's just taken. If you look at sort of if you look at like the best sort of comedians to come out of Scotland, like Billy Connolly or check out Frankie Boyle or even Kevin Bridges, they're all really nice dark humor, but it's not made, and the way it's done is really good. You can't find any sort of other comedian that does sort of dark humor like you can with Scottish comedy.
All I have to say is
Frankie Boyle is basically the king of too soon.
All I have to say is Lithuanians have no humor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Gus, I don't think there's anything funny about the Russians. I mean, you think about like Dostoevsky, I wouldn't even go to Russia. I'd be scared somebody's gonna hit me with a bag of potatoes and kill me.
I want a personal guide.
Well, if you okay, I'm not gonna touch any of that because.
Just on Frankie Boyle very quickly. I've met Frankie Boyle a few times, and I've been to a few. He does a lot of practice gigs in Glasgow, where I'm from, to see what jokes he's going to use, to see if they're going to go over well. But he's like a really shy sort of guy. When you actually talk to him, he's a really held back. You wouldn't think if you like, he's nothing like he is on stage or in his TV shows or anything like that. He's just a really shy, polite, nice guy.
frequently these, it's this part of their life that they don't get to express normally. They do on stage.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody's helping him write jokes.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but maybe.
I mean, that's what these the more famous comedians do. They just got so much shit going on that they don't have the time to dedicate in thinking about new jokes. So they actually need the help from other people. That's normal. That's considered normal.
Well, is humor so sort of unique to the sense of like, have you ever seen any of Frankie Boyle's stuff? No.
No, I haven't.
No, I'd recommend just checking out. He's like really shock humor type shit to the extent of like.
Where is he from?
I think he was from Glasgow, the city. I'm from Scotland.
Yeah, but wouldn't you like have to have a close type of culture to actually understand his jokes, or is it for everyone?
I believe like you can appreciate it from every sort of culture, but it's just developed within the sort of Glasgow, Scotland sort of community, that type of humor.
Well, I'll give you an example of a Frankie Boyle kind of joke. It's kind of like, not only will America go to your country and kill all your people, but they'll come back 20 years later and make a movie about how killing your people made their soldiers feel sad.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people say that European comedy is way better than American comedy because they're able to not rely on those shock value type jokes. They're more intelligent. That's what I hear a lot.
Oh, that's why I'm kind of falling away from Frankie Boyle, because he is just hitting this major shock stuff, and it's not really putting as much effort as he used to. But if you look at like other sort of Scottish comedians, like Kevin Bridges, he's like a young, let's say, Frankie Boyle before it got to just saying shit just for the shock factor. It's actually amusing.
Right.
I like Jimmy Carr, but he has a bit of a too soon thing about him. I mean, he made a joke. He was saying that he'll look at newspapers and see if he can find comedy in there. So when Hurricane Katrina happened, he kind of found himself thinking, now they've got something to sing about. As in the blues.
Isn't he the guy that like he likes to have like hecklers in his audience? He shuts everybody down. I think I've seen the video of his doing that. I don't know if that's staged or if that's like on the spot kind of thing. But it was pretty good. He's pretty quick. The only European comedian that I know of is that really famous guy that does movies, and he has like a really retarded friend that doesn't care about saying like fucked up stuff. They have like a podcast together. I can't remember his name right now.
I don't know who you're talking about.
He's really famous. He's like he always wears like a black shirt on stage. He's kind of going balding. He's a little bit short, I guess, but I can't remember his name right now. I think he's
a Brit?
Yeah.
It's not ringing any bells. That's so weird.
He's the one that did that movie that he learned how to not lie.
Oh, him. Yeah, I know what
Ricky
you're talking
Gervais.
about. Yeah.
What's that?
Ricky Gervais.
Yeah.
I got an example of a Jimmy Carr joke. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. Rohypnol.
Good movie. Brilliant movie.
Rohypnol was the punchline for that.
Yeah.
That flew over my head.
I am liking Louis C.K. these days.
Yeah, he's pretty funny.
You know who used to murder hecklers, eh? Just fucking cut them in half. Was Don Rickles. Don Rickles used to. Anybody stupid enough to heckle Don Rickles had a death wish. I mean, he tore people apart as a regular part of his Now, mind you, he says stuff you'd never get away with today. I mean, if you go and watch some of the Dean Martin roasts with Don Rickles on it, God.
Absolutely right.
Like, oh, no, he didn't know. Like, now I know why the NAACP was mad. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. But, but I mean, he used to, some fool be stupid enough to say something to him in the audience, and, oh, no, that guy wouldn't need a doctor. He'd need a priest.
He was that good, huh?
Oh, he was. Well, he was. His entire comedy routine was making other people look like shit. Like that was his. Like he was, that was his insults, put downs, and I mean, one of the last acts he did that I saw him do was in Just for Laughs, the Montreal Comedy Festival, and I mean he's getting up there. Like he's an old man now, so. He did most of his act sitting down in a chair, and he still managed to fucking rip them apart.
That makes it worse. You just getting blasted by some old dude sitting down.
Some old dude, but I mean that guy's forgotten more about insult-based comedy than you and I will ever know.
The thing that's amusing about that is like he's an old man now, surprisingly.
Yeah, you'd think, right? Like, but I mean, somehow he managed to go from place to place doing comedy acts that are based on making other people look and feel stupid. Some of the most racist comedy you'll ever fucking hear came out of Don Rickles, And it's not necessarily that. Well, he was what I like to call a racist of the times, right? Like if Don Rickles had been born today, he would probably still have insulted people, but he wouldn't have used race or gender or religious-based comedy for that. He would have found something else. But because he grew up in a time where that was prevalent, right? He put it into his comedy. But Don Rickles himself wasn't a racist. It's just his comedy was.
Right, and he made it worse, or made it worse in the time, because back then it was probably really racist.
Well, I mean.
So he made it worse than it was.
I'm sure there were idiots that listened to his comedy and used it as an excuse to be fucking an asshole. But I mean, it's been my experience that assholes don't need encouragement; they need guidance. So there's always an asshole looking to use something as an excuse to be a prick. Right. Cliff? I'm just kidding.
When you were saying about how what was the way you said it about he would talk to our souls? I forgot what it was now. Say it again.
I don't know. I can't remember half the shit I say.
It was just I was thinking to myself, it's Don Rickles, it's like, well, wait a second, what he did then, we call Hangouts.
Yeah, that's right. I'd love to see Don Rickles in a
taking
Hangout.
the piss out of idiot people was basically, I think, what you said.
I'd love to put Don Rickles in a Hangout with some of the sensitive flowers around here. I'd pay cash money to see that.
Tommy Hall versus Don Rickles.
No, Seamus versus Don Rickles.
Do you think he would survive in such a PC culture that we have today?
No.
Of course he would. He'd make fun of that.
Yeah, he might, but I mean, you doing his standard stock act? No, he's tolerated now because of a sort of a cultural grandfather clause, and because deep down inside, Don Rickles is really not a mean man. It's just an act, right?
Right.
But no. If somebody our age tried to pull that shit today, no, sir, no.
They couldn't do it exactly in the exact same way because the culture has changed.
Well, yeah.
But he would if he were of this culture, right? I agree with your grandfather clause thing. For sure, he'd have lots of ways to do it.
This is exactly the reason why Benny Hill never survived.
I keep mixing his name up with Benny Hill.
Benny Hill was dated even when he was live.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but they loved him though. He was the original. I'll buy that for $1, man.
God, that was so gross.
They loved him. They loved him. I mean,
I don't know, vaudeville,
yeah.
I don't know. It was. I guess to me it was dated. Maybe it wasn't.
Well, yeah, but the trouble with the English is that they've been bombed into senselessness for 20 years after the Second World War. So it took them a little bit of time to figure out what real comedy was again.
When I first started going to America 16, 17 years ago now, and people talk about British comedy. The two biggest selling British comedies until The Office came out was Are You Being Served and Benny Hill, and we consider them the bottom of the barrel, and you know, Benny Hill was really licking the bottom of the toilet.
Well, for here we had Hello Hello, which was a phenomenon.
Yeah.
It was a well-written comedy, but frankly, you know, people who want to laugh are sometimes not the smartest of people. So it's sometimes difficult to sell a truly intelligent comedy to the masses because, quite frankly, a lot of people are dumb. I mean, you know, it doesn't make them unworthy. It doesn't mean that we should treat them like they're not like anybody else. It just means that, you know, they're dumb.
Don't you think
hey Gus? Hey Gus, I got to tell you this one. Think about you know, remember the policeman from Hello Hello?
Yeah. Good
now
moaning.
think of Richard Raspberry speaking.
I never heard Richard Raspberry speaking.
Oh.
You Brits tend to go after a whole bunch of theists that we North American guys. It's not that we think you're wrong for doing it. It's just we tend not to interact with them with the same frequency you do.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And I do think you're wrong for doing it. I'll just put that out there.
Okay. Hello.
Actually, on that, it's 5 to 7. I want to watch the news because there was quite a big issue happened yesterday. A politician was murdered on the street.
Oh, yeah, I'd heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
It was very shocking.
He was killed by a right-wing dude, right?
We don't actually know yet. But the suggestion is that the guy may possibly have been a neo-Nazi, but that's not been confirmed. That's apparently something that's come from the NSA or something, I think. But anyway,
well, if anybody would know, it's the NSA.
yeah. But yeah, apparently he may have shouted Britain's First, which is a sort of right-wing group. May have done. There's only one eyewitness that said that, but you know. And she was a campaigner for you know, people in Syria and things like that, you know, and refugees, as well as for her own community as well.
Cliff, how did that guy get a gun? Isn't guns like illegal there?
Well, the irony of it is, apparently he may have made it, and one of the things that's come out that NSA thing was that he may have downloaded or somehow got hold of some manual for how to build a gun.
Wow, that movie's coming out next year. That sounds like a freaking movie.
It's my understanding, being on the other side of the pond, I've been hearing that there was a referendum that was that was going to be voted on very soon, and that has been canceled or postponed because of the murder. Can you?
The campaign has been put on hold for a couple of days. So yesterday and today, tomorrow it's going to restart because it happens on Thursday, and it is neck and neck basically.
Mm-hmm. Now,
percentage is almost 50%.
Do you think the postponement is mainly due out of respect, or is it due out of a security, or a combination of the two?
It's a respect thing.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah. You know, although I haven't heard Nigel Farage, who's one of the chief Leave people, saying anything about it. But then again, you know, there's been lots of people saying all sorts of things.
It might be just so people won't make emotional votes towards the whatever bill it is, you know?
Mm.
The same way when the terrorist attacks happened here, a lot of people were arguing for let the the whole thing, let it cool down so we could think about the issue before voting for a war or not. and not necessarily out of, you know, emotional reasons. Maybe that's the reason why. But I'm just speculating out of nothing. So I don't know. I wonder if the regressive, I don't know if that's what you call the regressive liberals, are going to use that as an argument to say that, you know, you have shit like that happening on both sides, you know, like terrorist acts and stuff.
I think the main thing that's happening out of it is it's reminding people that, you know, hateful rhetoric can go too far. That, you know, you might be planting ideas in people's heads and they take it to the next stage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the danger. You know, how far does free speech go? You know, perfect example. You know that Pastor Anderson guy who's saying gay people should be killed by the state? You know,
there's a lot of pastors.
Yeah, how far, how close is the line between him saying that his free speech to say that, and the person who's receiving that message and then taking it upon themselves?
Yeah, yeah. Someone is going. Someone is going to say, well, you know, I will do this. You know, if the state won't do it, then it's up to the citizens. And there you go.
Well, I mean, I'll give you an example. Anderson, he starts off and he says, you know, these people are worthy of death, and the person who goes and kills someone stops the video at that point, but he didn't catch him adding the caveat saying, but they should be killed by the state.
Yeah, that was the person that stopped the video. That was their fault, not necessarily the messengers, I would say.
Yeah.
As much as harsh as it may seem, I still think freedom of speech is something important. Because if you don't talk about issues as wrong as they might seem, you'll never know if you're inside a North Korea type of state, you know. If you're not arguing which one's the better, you know, better choices that we can make as a society, how do you know that you're really going in the right direction? If you're not comparing all sides, just the most common sense for everyone, or just the extreme left or right point of views. So I think you should be able to argue all sides.
I don't imagine very many people would disagree with you.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how it is outside of the United States. I believe in, like, a lot of countries that they limit freedom of speech. I don't think that's a good thing. I think Germany is an example where you can't really talk about, you know, Hitler or Nazi stuff or stuff like that.
Yeah, I think
I would understand, but still.
You can't be a Holocaust denier, I think.
Right. That's considered illegal, I think.
I mean, and that's kind of close to trying to censor thought. I guess not really, because you can be one, but you can't speak about it.
Right.
But, you know, what's the difference, really?
Yeah, I just think it's important. I mean, I try to hear from all sides, you know, of the argument, and I'm always leaning towards the side where you got to be able to let people speak out their minds, and you know, so you can actually hear what they have to say. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there where they don't really measure what the message is, and they just go out of, for whatever reason it is that they're going out of. You have those people that are not really gonna take you know, everything in consideration, and are very easily influenced. That's bad, but I mean, that comes down to how you educate society.
Well, part of the problem, Bo, is that we know that big fucking atrocities often begin their lives as little ideas held by 2 or 3 people in a basement. And we know this, right? And we know that some of the worst acts of man against man have begun with people just talking. And so And I think part of the reason, that particularly that Holocaust denial is targeted particularly, is that the people who want to deny the Holocaust, not only do they not have a factual leg to stand on, but they're trying to do it specifically to rehabilitate a group of people who are monsters. And because that's the only reason that anybody denies the Holocaust is either to crap on the Jews or to say, you know, the Nazis weren't that bad, or some combination of both, right? And this is part of the problem. You know, the problem with absolute free speech is that we know that absolute free speech leads absolutely to people getting hurt. We know it, okay? The question becomes, how much do you limit free speech? Now, you already live in a country where free speech is limited. You all do. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. You can't point to somebody and say, hey, beat that guy up, right? Charles Manson is in jail for that. You can't slander somebody. You can't, you know, libel somebody. So the question at that point is, do you allow the slider bar to move a little forward, or do you keep it where it is? Up in Canada, we have hate speech laws. And part of the reason we have hate speech laws is that sometimes we realize that peace is more important than everybody being happy.
Yeah.
And that if you have peace, eventually you're going to have happiness more or less. You know? So,
yeah,
you know, your right to stand up on a soapbox and say whatever the fuck you want. In Canada, that's not considered as important as the fact that you live around people who could get hurt by that.
And also, you know, you've got to accept the responsibility, and that other people may have the free speech to tell you you're full of shit.
Well, now that's a different matter entirely, right? Because the First Amendment only protects you from government persecution. That's all the First Amendment does. You know, I mean, if I was to upturn a soapbox and stand in Nathan Phillips Square and talk about, you know, all polka dotted people are lazy, and I mean, I would get punched out by a polka dotted person, and that's got nothing to do with the government. And for me to stand there and say free speech, I was never guaranteed that by the First Amendment. I was never even guaranteed that by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I was guaranteed that nobody from the government or an adjunct of government would have a legal leg to stand on in telling me what to say, except if I crossed those commonly accepted boundaries of free speech in a free society, i.e., no fire in a crowded theater, no saying, hey, punch that guy out, etc., etc.
But wouldn't the polka dotted person be the one going to jail, and you be the one that's gonna, you know, sue the polka dotted person?
On assault, sure, but not on a First Amendment kick. And that's the way it should be.
They can avoid if you say something and they punch you in the face. If it's provocatory, they won't get arrested. They won't get any legal action against them because
that depends on the jurisdiction. Canada has less views the notion of he asked for it, a little bit less. You know.
Oh, fair enough then.
It's pretty funny. When I was a kid, I didn't know the difference between aggravated and instigated. So every time I heard the term aggravated assault, I thought he was there, you know, assaulted him because he had it coming.
But not if you're not. If you're directing the message towards a group of people, not necessarily the individual, you're exercising your right of freedom of speech, right?
Well, yeah, but Hitler exercised his freedom of speech towards the Jews. Period. Put ding.
Yeah, I would be careful.
It, right?
What was that? What did you say?
Didn't he act upon that?
Well, yes, but my point is, as I said earlier, you know, we know that oftentimes the most horrible events in human history start out with a couple of drunk dudes in a basement just talking.
Hey, that's the start of World War II, wasn't it? Oh, we went for a few beers, next thing you know, there we are in Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, I'm sure somewhere there's a lone Wehrmacht soldier saying, 1 minute I was sharing knockwurst and Brau in the basement with the fellow who said really nice things, and the next minute my house is on fire, my children are dead, and where is my Germany already? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that, you know, I mean, that's played for comic value, but I'm pretty sure when you shake it out, you know, so the question is ultimately, do you And look at a lot of these so-called free speakers who are just talking tend to employ dog whistle and code language. Okay. Dog whistle language. They say dog whistle because when you blow a dog whistle, only dogs can hear it, right? So nobody else can hear it except the creatures that you built for it. Now, granted, I'm sure anybody else with that kind of keen hearing could hear it, but you know. And so, what dog whistle language tends to be, you put language into your speeches that people like you will hear and understand the messages that you mean, but most other people won't. And code language is very simple. I mean, you know, I don't know if you've noticed, but on Fox TV, nobody says the word black crime anymore. It's always urban crime. It's urban crime. You know what urban means, right? Urban means black. Come on now. Right? And this is the thing. So a lot of people who do this talking, they don't speak plainly. They do it specifically to foment, but they've become intelligent, and they've begun altering what they say. So now you have to be doubly careful.
Don't you think they're hurting their own ideas by sounding so stupid and making no sense at all in what they're saying?
People thought Adolf Hitler was a rank fucking idiot when he was coming up. Like literally, people thought Adolf Hitler was an imbecile when he was coming up. You know, I mean,
right? Yeah.
People thought Idi Amin Dada was a fucking hapless low-level army officer. I mean, the guy literally put out an image of being dumb as a sack of hammers. Right?
Yeah, but I'm saying those are I think if you take in consideration where you have a government where it's controlled by the people, and you have a population that's composed of educated people, that they're gonna be able to build their society where it directs itself towards something where it takes in consideration everybody's well-being. So in that case, you're not really gonna have a problem with full freedom of speech and not limited.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But the citizens of the Weimar Republic, which is what Germany was called before Hitler took over, the citizens of the Weimar Republic were amongst the most educated in the world. Germany and Austria were considered to be centers of learning in engineering, mathematics, philosophy.
Yeah, I try and argue for this point as well, where you would think that it'd be protested against this way of thinking. But look at Islam and some of the preachers that's happening within the culture of Islam in some of our biggest mosques here in the UK. They're teaching that it's okay to hit your children and throw gay people off the mountaintop, and you shouldn't associate with kafar, and when you do, you should deceive them and things like that. Even though we're not portraying this in the press and the media though, because it will go against our PC culture.
Exactly, that's the problem. That's where you should actually raise your voice and speak against it, the same way they have the right to speak in favor of. But once you implement this PC culture, you have just people going way overboard about what they think is individual rights. In that sense, they're taking away rights from other people.
Yeah. However, it's not just PC culture. We, in terms of Islam anyway, we rely heavily, or we don't. I use the word rely. We don't necessarily need to rely heavily on the East, but at the moment there is a lot of money that we get from Eastern oil and Eastern trade, and if we start funding for anti-Islamic teachings within our state, we'll lose a lot of trade deals.
Do you think that's what they're really worried about, though?
I believe that with the sheer amount of money, not only within the private sector and the public sector from the East, I don't think anyone wants to sort of rock the boat in terms of preaching anti-Islam.
Yeah,
I doubt very much whether Saudi government would stop buying our guns if we stopped, as you think is happening, teaching whatever it is that you think is being taught. I doubt very much whether the Saudi government or the Bahrain government and all the rest of them would stop buying guns.
I know I'm making strong allegations, and you say that I think that. I can provide links and evidence if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, and in the side chat, so I don't think anyone, and Aistis has specifically said so, but it seems that he's not anymore, that not all teachers need to be armed, and say a smart way to go about it is that you only have, say, maybe 2 teachers in each sector of a school, so you set up different arcs around the school perimeter, and only, 2 taught how to deal with firearms, and they'd have concealed carries, so kids don't see the firearms. It's not like they're open carrying, which would be a bit of an issue. I wouldn't want that. So there'd be concealed carry. They'd be trained by the local police department in how to deal with those kinds of situations. But all of the staff, all of the teachers, would be taught in advanced first aid techniques to help deal with either knife stabbings, or gunshot wounds. And also you can have, which will also bolster jobs, more private security companies associated with different school sectors around the community, right? And they can just patrol casually along the perimeter. Just a few on each sector. And then you've got a nice secure environment. And so if any...
Sounds just like prison.
No, not at all. Because if we're seeing school shootings on the increase, well then you're going to have to deal with that situation. And so you can't have
school shootings on the increase in countries where there are lots of guns, i.e. America. We don't have it here.
I'm talking about America. So so if we're looking at...
but wait a second though. Think about that for a minute, MMA. I mean, after the United Kingdom put a massive restriction on guns after the Dunblane massacre, gun violence went through the floor. I mean, I'm sorry, but I mean,
nothing's going to stop a criminal from getting their hand on a firearm.
The question is how much, how often, how many.
Gus, well, that's
and also you've got to balance that against the effects. You've also got to balance that against the effects of children growing up in going to this building that you're describing.
Well, this is
they won't have any effects. They'll be concealed carry. Hold on,
wait. I want to answer Gus really quick. So if we look at the actual gun data, the amount of violence in the U.S., places that have more restrictive gun laws tend to have much more gun violence because the people who have guns have them illegally.
No, they don't.
Look at the statistics.
No, I'm sorry. I will dispute your. I dispute your statistics.
Okay. Well, do you want me to get you the statistics? Because
I've seen those statistics. I dispute them.
Okay. What's your disputation then?
My disputation is that numbers coming out of Scotland Yard have said the number of gun deaths since the Dunblane massacre have dropped precipitously.
Well, that might be in the UK, and I mean again.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just the UK. What about Australia? When there was a massacre that I can't remember what it was called, but there was a massacre there, and the Australians were like, what?
It's the same in the UK. It's the same problem. The people who are having these mass shootings in the UK have these guns illegally.
Yeah, but there hasn't been a mass shooting in the UK since Dunblane. Do you understand? It hasn't happened since Dunblane.
Oh, okay. We haven't had our Charlie Hebdo yet in the UK yet. Fair enough. But we had 7/7 and a whole bunch of other things.
7/7 was. I don't even know if. Okay, look. I mean, at some point, somewhere, somehow, someone is going to have to acknowledge that nothing is quite as good at killing people on a person-to-person level as a gun. And if you're not willing to make that acknowledgement, I don't even want to fucking talk to you anymore about this. Because past a certain point, you're just whistling past the stupid yard.
No, I think we should just look at this empirically. And
no, because you just admitted my point.
Data. No, I mean, you made a claim. I haven't seen the data for it. You've claimed to see the data I've had, even though I haven't given you any.
Well, that's great and all, but I'm not going to argue this with you because at this point, it falls under the category of figures can lie and liars figure. I mean.
Oh, I apologise, G Whistler. I don't have any evidence to suggest that we would stop doing trade with the East. That is just my opinion. The trade would suffer if we started preaching anti-Islam.
Yeah,
I apologise. I didn't realise that was
right.
what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's all right.
D. Sorry, is it D? I forgot again.
Some of the stuff I did link, however, though, in terms of the claims I was making in terms of what is being taught in the UK, that a lot of that can be seen. I know there's some of the things you said weren't a really reputable source. I don't really like Jihad Watch, but the thing I did link was had some interesting figures on it. In terms of the Muslim statistics, that is surveyed independently. Also within the Central Mosque Regent Park is showing funding from several sources, up to 2 million at a time, where they preach jihadism and Sharia law. Also, I linked a YouTube video of the Undercover Mosque. It's about 45-minute documentary, but it is a real eye-opener. I recommend watching it if you've not seen it.
Yeah,
And
no,
also
I know of it. Yeah, no, I mean the thing is, look, no one is. There are obviously issues.
Sorry, and quick, one more thing. The Wikipedia article that I did mention, it just addresses some of the main points. And if you go down to the content, it shows it's anything that is got in the context page has been recorded either by video or audio evidence in a mosque. So that's where I'll leave it.
Helena, yeah, you quickly try to mention any kind of like psychological effect. This would be concealed carry, so the likelihood of, and only so few of the staff would have it in the staff population, so there would be no psychological effect because they don't see the firearms. Concealed carry, they do not see them.
Listen, kids are funny creatures, okay? It's very difficult to hide things from kids. And concealed carry essentially means that, you know, it's concealed until a gust of wind blows the teacher's fucking coat open, and everybody sees that Mr. Hardcheese has a gun.
Not necessarily, no. There's a lot of different kit, because I go to the range quite a lot. There's a lot of holsters that even go in different positions around the body that are concealed. You can even get jackets with the lining inside with the holster attached into it. And you can have them in there, and that it's like a little pocket. So all you need to do is open up your coat a little bit, zip it, and unholster.
Yeah, the other thing is you could
perfectly
have
concealed.
a safe. You can have a safe in the room that is never open.
Well, good luck getting it out when you need it then.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. But concealed, but there is multiple different methods of concealed carry. Hold on, Aistis.
Biometrically set safes.
Never mind. Leave Aistis alone, MMA, because he knows every goddamn thing about every goddamn thing.
No, what I'm saying.
Aistis, that doesn't work though. If you have an active shooter, if you have an active shooter, right, you want to deal with that threat in seconds. You don't want to have time to run up to the safe. You could be on the oval, right?
No, I agree, but I mean, for times when there's an announcement that hey, there's an active shooter, there's going to be plenty of time to go get the gun out of the safe.
Only for those that are close to the staff that are local to it. I wouldn't recommend that option. With concealed carry, there's multiple options that you can have. So you can even have stuff that's attached to the chest, right? That's obviously normally have it outside, but you can have it within the clothing. But definitely you can have jackets, and there's quite a few that I want to actually buy, but I can't conceal carry, obviously.
Yeah. But I tell you right now, MMA, if you get teachers with concealed carry permits, the students will eventually find out who has them. That's guaranteed.
Do you think the reason why you're saying that is because
that matter then, Gus?
What?
What does that matter?
Well, once the kids find out who's got them, then they know they have them. So they know that not only are there private security guards who ostensibly will answer the summons of the principal, right? So you can bet your ass those private security guards will be there for an awful lot more than keeping gun-wielding loonies out of the school, all right? So now the principal has an effective police force. So on top of that, you've got the kids knowing that at least some of the teachers are packing. And
Well,
I think
Gus,
all of that speaks to Helena's. I think all that speaks to Helena's point where, you know, I mean, schools already have cameras, they already have metal detectors, they already have double reinforced doors, there are already exit doors that are often chained off. I mean, this is.
Well, Gus, I mean, like I said, this
restrict
is
the mother,
reality.
restrict the motherfucking guns already. Restrict the motherfucking.
No, Gus, this is a reality already in schools. So schools in Compton. Wait, Dio, come on, just a sec. Like schools in Compton right now. You know, like you said, they have metal detectors and they have private security guards in Compton because of the the amount of gun violence that you have there.
Great,
So,
but now you're proposing to put schools just like it in Hollywood, Burbank, Brentwood.
What you guys don't realize, hold on a second, what you guys don't realize is the psychological effect that it has on the kids. It does have a psychological effect. Their behavior dramatically increases if you have a teacher in the presence, whether all of a sudden you have a security guard or you have a police officer. So there's a drastic change in the psychology of the students when that happens.
It definitely adds to institutionalization and the feeling of us versus them, and they're watching you, and it's no longer a welcoming place to go for kids.
The security guards could just operate the perimeter. They don't have to step inside the school whatsoever.
You know that's not how that's going to work.
You can have it regulated.
Last thing I want in
it's not
schools
going to work that way.
Why not?
Last thing I want to see in schools is the likes of G4S fucking parading around. My God.
No. So again, you can only have. It is maybe. Oh, keep going, man. Keep going. You broke up a little bit, and so I kept talking, but go ahead. I hate saying that now.
Frank,
go for it.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was just making a snide comment. I didn't mean to interrupt.
All right, then screw you. But gee, you've got something you want to say. You've tried a couple times. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, the last thing the last thing I want to see in schools is the likes of G4S parading around. They have an appalling reputation. And private security in schools, my God, it's not working in immigration places here. Look at Yarl's Wood and how G4S specifically, who are one of the biggest security companies in the world. And if you don't think companies like that would get these contracts, think again. This is terrible. This is just closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. You want a solution? Sort your gun control out.
Yeah, and isn't it funny that this Omar character that shot up Orlando was actually an employee of G4S? And the other thing is that I agree that we've had to come to this. I mean, we apparently do live in this deranged world where people decide that they want to go on a mass shooting. So we have to defend ourselves.
Isis,
we have to defend our children.
Okay, Isis, do you remember what it was like to be a student, and do you remember like how easy it is for just the antagonization that happens between teacher and student? I mean, look, you can push. If you give that teacher a gun, I'm not saying this was me, but there were some teachers that I worked with. I'm sure if they had a loaded gun, that something might have happened. So I mean, that's another thing that you have to keep in mind, right? You don't want teachers with guns. That's crazy.
You mean that something would have happened where that gun would have been used improperly, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's always this antagonistic, this almost sadistic, masochistic relationship that happens between teacher and student. And so I'm just saying, like, if that teacher, like, fucking snaps.
Right.
So you don't want that to happen.
And you see videos of kids just knocking out their teachers. What if one of these teachers get knocked out by this lunatic student and he just takes their gun? I mean, you got that going on too. I mean, it's like schools that are just like full of little angels.
Well, definitely not. But I mean, shit, kids in the classroom have got scissors. I mean, when was the last time probably has, I don't know. When was the last time you heard of a kid stabbing a teacher with scissors? And those are prevalent. There's fucking thousands of them in schools.
Okay, but scissors and being able to shoot look, what happens to your ego when you got a gun on you is complete. That's why I don't keep a handgun on me, because I know better.
That's why you have trained. That's why you have trained. There's a select few teachers that want to in the first place.
Okay. And I would be suspicious of the teachers that volunteer. First of all.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm
Well,
also
you can have them
quite-
analysed. They go through a psychological screening.
So let's ask the psychologist. Oh my God, that echo. Let's ask the psychologist in the room if it's possible, if it's always possible to screen out, the people who might get pushed too far before you issue them a gun. Keeping in mind that you want to get these people, in situ before school starts. So you haven't got forever to do this.
Yeah, it's really not possible.
No, it really is.
It's really not possible. And also, it
You're
really is true.
You're arguing with the woman who has letters in psychology.
It's
You're
also
gonna do
true.
that.
I'll argue it for sure.
Well,
why?
MMA, hello.
It's also true that what I was mentioning about how once a person is given extra power, given extra authority, given the means by which to exercise that authority, it's very, very difficult to stop them from overdoing it.
Well, they would have used their powers and you can stab the kid to death with a scissors.
That's bullshit.
It creates a culture. It creates an institutionalized culture, which is already a problem when you put, a large numbers of kids in a building like that, and you want to do what you can to lower that us versus them culture, not increase it.
And you
it's
don't
not us versus them. It's the teachers. It's protecting them, both themselves and the students, from active shooters. It doesn't matter us versus them.
Yeah, but the thing is, 99.9% of the time, that's not going to be the situation. 99.9% of the time, you're going to have kids wandering around a school where now there are guns being held by members of authority there. Okay, with all the concomitant risks and possibilities that entails.
You don't feel as powerful with the scissors as you feel with a gun. I think it's different. That's why somebody with scissors doesn't feel like they can just come up to somebody else and stab them, because they're gonna get punched in the face and everybody's gonna jump in and fuck them up.
Right. He's absolutely right. It's more up close and personal. There's a whether you see it or not, there's more of a barrier there. Whereas a gun, there's really no barrier there. I can just snap it and pull the trigger.
My God, that echo.
Well, what is the psychology here? I mean, you have a problem with guns. You admit this by admitting that it's possible for kids to be shot in schools. So the solution to this is to introduce more guns.
Not necessarily introducing more guns, because you obviously don't flood so that every teacher has a firearm. That I would disagree with.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. And also, you then have the problem of what if the teachers don't want this?
Well, then they don't have to.
Carry
Then they
guns?
can just have the private security.
Here's another question. What happens if all of the teachers that you assess in that calendar year in that school don't fit the profile to be safe to carry a gun?
Then they don't get the guns.
Right.
And then you just allow the private security to just patrol the perimeter. They don't go inside the school.
Wow, private security. Does that ever make me nervous?
Wow. It makes me fucking very nervous, that's what I was saying. They can't be trusted, private security. Fucking hell, I mean...
Well, I've worked with one for a while. Not with PMCs or anything.
Speaking as someone that's actually been in the private sector of security, cannot be fucking trusted.
So have I, by the way. And I can tell you right now, some of the fucking dingbats I've worked with, you give them a gun, thankfully they'd be more likely to shoot themselves than somebody else.
If we had like a greater system of checks of like psychological checks and training, like for private security, would that make it more trust?
Well, you can have government issues.
Do you want to know the fastest way to increase the quality of the average private security guardsman? Take a piece of paper, get a pen, draw a vertical line, then draw another vertical line beside it, and then draw an S over top of those two vertical lines.
Yeah.
You mean?
Well, you could have government issued.
That's what you're trying to say.
And you also don't want to eliminate teachers. I mean, some of the best fucking teachers that I know are crazy as hell, and I wouldn't give them a gun in a second. So.
Yeah. What about all those artists?
I think
crazy art teachers with guns. Now we will make suffering, and in suffering we will make art.
Like, I think a theme across all of this is kind of something that Helena pointed out and that is that like a lot of people who have like either power or authority aren't. Eventually, a portion of them are going to wield it improperly, and that is going to have very bad consequences. And I think that there has to be a way, like for us to do like periodic checks, on people, who have power or authority, like, and if they're having like a mental health episode, we have to have a way to temporarily revoke their guns and like and get them in treatment and get them help, and when they're back like to normal, they can resume normal duty. But I mean,
keep them on tabs.
Well, that's fantastic. But the thing is, every time you create a mechanism, okay, you create an additional chance for failure. And some people argue that that chance becomes proportional to the square of the number of additional mechanisms you create. So quite frankly, it's an awful lot easier to simply say, no fucking guns. You're in the city, you're in the suburbs, you don't need them.
Okay, well then, next time you have an active shooter, just get shot.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, here's the thing, though. Once again, let's go to England. La la la, going to England. And in England, after the Dunblane massacre, the number of mass shootings were putting 0. A 0 with a 0 or with a line through, you call the ball. Same thing in Australia.
Sure, you could restrict the guns, but that won't stop criminals from getting their hands on the black market. It really won't. I mean, shit, we had a shooting a few days ago, and a year ago as well.
Mass shootings.
We had a shooting only 2 years ago at a shopping centre down on the Gold Coast.
A mass shooting.
Not a mass shooting. Oh no. Well, it depends on how you define mass shooting. If it's 3 or more, then I suppose technically, because I think 3 people got injured, right?
So,
but it won't stop criminals from getting their hands on firearms.
When did the last one happen before that?
Well, probably a few years before that.
So, see, here's the thing. In Canada, we had 2 really big mass shootings. The first one was all the way back in 1987, the L'École, or 88, L'École Polytechnique in Montreal. That one was bad. 25 women got shot in that one. A whole bunch of strict gun control laws came down, and the next mass shooting that I can remember off the top of my head was 3 years ago in Calgary.
But again, gun control won't stop criminals from getting their hands on firearms.
No, it won't. It will never completely stop anything. Welcome to human existence. What you're talking about is how much, how hard, how long, how many.
Well, I think the question of how to keep guns out of the hands of the mentally ill and how to keep it out of the hands of criminals could be 2 different, there could be 2 different mechanisms for each of those.
Great, more mechanisms with possibility to fail.
You're not much of an economist, are you, MMA?
Sorry?
You're not much of an economist. You're not really taking into consideration the factors of the pros and cons of limiting guns, and then comparing them to a final outcome of, let's say, number of fatalities or number of gun violence altogether. That's not what you're doing. You're just saying, well, what if in this one situation? Well, several of those what if situations wouldn't exist if these laws were in place. So much so that so many of these what if situations wouldn't exist that it would outweigh the number of the times that it does happen.
Well, this is what I like to see data on crime committed by firearms that are illegal, right? From the black market, and then if it turned out that these were in the majority of, say, gun crime, then it would heavily refute any argument postulated in this discussion.
I somehow doubt it, considering that the weapons used in Sandy Hook were completely legal.
That's just one case. But no, I'm saying, I'd like to see that data.
Do you remember the guy? That went into the Dark Knight Returns theater and shot that place up? Totally legal.
Hold on a second.
That's 2 cases.
Well, you know what? Keep looking, man. Keep looking.
Well, that's what I said. I would like to see that data to evaluate that. That's what
Well,
I'm
that
saying.
just shows that gun registration doesn't stop gun violence.
Well,
It's not about registration, but it's
Well,
about
all the more reason to get rid of them then.
Is there anybody in this?
Well, no, not more of a reason at all.
if-
Actually, and just to answer Frank's question, actually, a really simple way of specifically reducing Islamic gun violence would be forcing the person to eat a piece of bacon before they can eat a gun or buy a gun.
Okay.
No, I liked your first idea. Force them to eat the gun. If they can eat the gun,
Yeah,
they
they
can buy
eat
the
the
gun.
gun. Yeah, no.
Of course,
No.
anybody who can eat a gun doesn't need a gun to keep me away.
But yeah, like the Sandy Hook gun itself was legally purchased and owned, but Adam Lanza stole it from his mother. Like, is my understanding.
But
And
this is the problem, though. If you don't you understand that if you don't have the item cannot become a problem.
Well,
and the less you have the item, the less of a problem you have.
Gun.
Yeah, the less of the item that exists, the less of a problem you have. Like, why is that so difficult?
You're saying like a matter of
it's one of the simplest of notions.
I'll put that straight into perspective right now. There was the MP that was recently, or I think it was yesterday, stabbed then and shot Joe Cox in the UK. Does that mean just because of this one criminal, I think he actually crafted a gun, should that mean everyone should now carry guns because of this one isolated incident that rarely happens?
Don't think anyone postulated everyone carried guns, so might want to clean out your ears.
All right. Well, then let's pretend that we actually do recognize that he was using a rhetorical flourish, and or we can decide to be hyper pedantic about it and avoid the central point. So if that's what we're going to do, let's rewash Simon's question in the light of hyperpedanticism, and let's say, does that mean that more people should carry guns in Great Britain?
Well, Gus, I think that it just.
I'm asking
proves...
MMA. MMA. I know you do. Let me ask MMA, and then you can stick
like
in.
10 seconds.
MMA goes first. MMA goes first, and then Aistis.
Oh, look, I would have been done by now. Look,
sorry. MMA gets to
people,
answer.
I'd say more trained people, yes.
Okay.
That's not necessarily making the whole populace train, of course not. But just say either have private security or have like a government body try and organise. Like say here in Australia, right? We have TransLink security, which goes to like 8 months or 6 months of training, right? And they're from the government department, so they're not private. And they do a very good job. They work side by side with police almost.
Okay, so MMA's talking about training. Aistis, what's your answer?
Well, Simon's example just illustrates my point exactly, that the people who are going to have the guns in these kind of societies are going to be gained illegally.
But that's we can't. I don't know what to do, Simon. I don't know how to explain basic arithmetic to people. Yeah. I don't know how to do it.
Well, that's why I brought up the concept of economics.
Well, look, no, actually,
it's clearly not being evaluated. Either it's tackled to 100% of a degree, or it's tackled not to like what they think would be the best way of doing it, not in terms of numbers. No one cares about numbers in here, apparently.
No, I agree with the numbers. Hold on, though. You can definitely agree. Less guns, it can be a good thing, right? But I would say, less illegal firearms and taking a lot of the ones that are even legal out of circulation, and restricting their the purchase rate or something like that to reduce the numbers. So you're almost solving that issue, not fully, but you're getting there, right? You could definitely improve upon types of policies to help reduce the flow of circulation, but you're not by default banning all firearms. And then even then, we'd have select trained individuals, either with the government or private security, no matter what your opinion is, right, that can deal with that situation. So they're the first responders, they're right there.
Great Britain has select trained individuals. They're called police.
Yeah, And then how does that work for them? If I've dealt with this flawed logic before. So if I have an armed response unit 5 minutes or even 2 minutes down the road, and they're on the edge, the perimeter of like a shopping center, they're parked outside, and this is a big shopping center we're looking at, right? We can hear you, Albatross. So they're outside the shopping center, and it could take them 2 minutes to get in there, find out where the shooting is coming from, and deal with the situation. Or you could have, say, cops. Hold on. Or you could have all of the cops armed, and the ones that are in there on the beat, right? If anything happens, they can deal with a threat like that instead of waiting for the specialists to come in out of the truck.
This is my problem, and I've tried to address it several times. You're not including the other factors, such as the illegal black market that increases with more guns, the accidental shootings, the qualifications of so-called training, the criminal underbelly of having more guns, and in terms of armed response vehicles, yeah, you might not be able to stop one person shooting another one person, but in the case of if it's a shopping mall that's getting hijacked, yeah, it's something that can be dealt with, or a bank robbery can be dealt with, because they're placed in, especially in the large cities, armed response vehicles are placed in strategic positions, and their only job is to respond to these isolated incidents, the same way that firefighters respond to isolated incidents like road traffic collisions and hazardous substances and fires and things. Obviously, it's a specific job, and when you add all these factors together and subtract all the negatives, and you come up with a net positive that is more beneficial than giving guns to what you call quote-unquote more trained.
All right, mic check for Albie. Albie, try to talk.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Finally.
And I actually did address the circulation issue. Did I not just say before that we should definitely reduce the cycle of guns going through, say for example in America, right? So target definitely, the underbellies, the criminal organizations, and then, reduce the number of guns being put onto the market in the first place. Not an entire ban, but limit them being sold to an extent, but and it's not an all-out ban. So I am addressing the numbers, and you could add policies and subtract and
contradicting yourself.
That definitely, but I was still dealing with the numbers.
You're
but inherently, rule of thumb, which is inherent and cannot be avoided, when seconds count,
you're saying you're dealing with the numbers.
Minutes away.
You're saying you're dealing with a number situation when you're actually providing more guns. And even though in providing more guns, not just to the police, which is an argument on itself, but to the private sector, this isn't addressing the issue of like, yeah, I'm against having more guns, but let's give more guns out.
No, this is the flawed logic you're formulating here. So you're having more weapons to those that are trained to deal with the situation. You're not flooding the entire fucking populace with firearms, because then you're going to have a shit show. We all agree on that. But you have armed people that can deal with that situation. If I go down to the local shop just down the road here, I've got police that are patrolling, and they've got firearms. If I was to go down there and start shooting up the place, I'm going to be dealt with very quickly. Versus an armed response unit outside of the building, I could get with killing about 10, 15 people, and by the time they come in and deal with me, literally when seconds count, these police are minutes away.
How many times I need to address it? You're only taking
you addressed it, but it falls on its face.
It doesn't fall on its face.
It does. You say they're strategically placed. Even so, it still takes minutes to get and identify where the shooting is coming from.
You don't seem to understand that you can't just give guns to people that are well trained without creating a black market. Believe it or not, when you introduce guns into the private sector, they find a way of getting out of the hands of people that are actually supposed to have them. It creates other factors in place. And then when it comes to, would you say all police officers were well trained in terms of using guns? You probably would, yeah, well they should be, and if they're willing to own a gun. And how many accidental police shootings and Then we get into the concept of abuse of power in terms of how to respond to situations. Then we get into accidental shootings or even deaths, where death shouldn't be the first result. There's a lot of pros and cons, and when you just say isolated incidents, oh, but what if you need to deal with this one guy that's wanting to shoot up 15 people? Yeah, unfortunately that's one of the negatives, but it doesn't outweigh the positives of the limitations of keeping guns outside of the private market.
You're keeping them outside the private market. You're dealing with these. You can take it.
Do you want to hear how I would limit guns?
Go for it.
So, if we look at the people who are charged with violent crimes, on average they have higher testosterone and lower IQs than the average person. So, the criminalities, the average IQ of the people in prison is about 85, and so what I would say is basically that guns should not be sold to low IQ people. First of all, they won't be able to operate them safely. Second of all, if they have testosterone, then they'll almost certainly use that gun in a crime.
Or just don't sell guns.
Yeah, exactly. Man is actually the problem. If you get rid of all man, then you won't have this problem anymore.
Yeah, oh, come on. Guns are a tool.
That seems to be the solution. Just shoot. Have everyone own a gun and just shoot yourself in the face, and that way, after that one isolated incident, there'll be no more crime.
Look, no, guns are a tool. They can be used to protect people, or they can be used to damage society. I mean, it's all. The only thing that matters is who's behind the gun.
Aistis.
Yes.
Yeah, but Isis, all these other countries that do not allow guns, like the Chinese or the Indians, I mean, like the ones with the dot, not the feather. They don't have these. They don't have this type of gun violence that we have. So, I don't know. I mean, it's called the Second Amendment for a reason, right? So we can change that.
Yeah, but I mean, these places are quite violent too. I mean, India's on average has quite high violent crime, and same with China.
Gus goes after Aistis. Aistis, finish your point, then Gus has a chance.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I mean, India's, I don't think is some place you would want to put on a pedestal. I mean, they have quite high violence.
For gun violence?
Gun violence, and what? Okay, but if
that's what we're talking about, Aistis. We're talking about gun violence.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is if they had guns, they'd probably be more violent, right?
Well, yes, and if I had wheels, I'd be a wagon, and if you had wings, you'd be an airplane.
And so
wish,
again,
wish,
it depends.
Speculate. Here's something else. Here's something else I don't think.
Holding the gun.
Here's something else I don't think you've thought about, Aistis. Would you say that people with high IQs tend to have jobs that pay more?
Yeah.
Would you say that being the case, that if such a person ended up in trouble with the law, they might be able to afford to purchase better legal representation?
Yeah, sure.
So, how would you compare those two things that you just said to what you said about how people in prison for violent crimes tend to have low IQ and high testosterone?
Well, for violent crimes.
For violent crimes, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
how would you compare those two things?
High IQ people who, those people are usually like psychopaths, so they perform white collar crime mostly, not like violent crime.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but
see, here's the problem with prison statistics. Prison statistics measure the people who were convicted, and rightly so. But the problem is, if I buy a gun and I get into a piss-off with my neighbor, and I accidentally blow my neighbor's hand off, and I hire a really good lawyer, and it gets pled out, and I never see prison. Whereas if I'm not especially bright, so I don't have a decent lawyer, I get a shotgun, and I blow my neighbor's hand off, I'm going to jail.
Okay,
straight up.
Okay, so you're pitting a hypothetical versus statistics. How do you explain away the higher testosterone then?
Well, higher testosterone, how would you treat that exactly?
You get rid of men.
What do you mean treat it? I'm just saying that that's
all men have testosterone, and at some point
I'm just saying
all testosterone spikes.
No, I'm just saying...
Getting rid of men is off the table.
No, I'm saying that the men in jail have higher testosterone than men on average.
Uh-huh. What does that have to do with? Well, personally, I thought that was just throwaway silliness. But if you're talking about IQ, I think
look, low
and
IQ and high testosterone are a formula for crime.
It's not a speculation. It's the truth. People, you just admitted it yourself. People with higher IQs tend to avoid better legal representation. In a fucking country where you get all the justice you can pay for and not a lick more, yeah, obviously people with lower IQs who tend to have lower paying jobs will not be able to afford the same lawyers.
I'd like to
and will end up in jail more often.
To validate your claim, we'd have to look at the conviction rates relative to I think it's the claim rates, right? Where there's a claim of a crime, but they aren't convicted, and so we'd have to look at the ratios of those two. So I mean, if you could provide any evidence, that would be nice, but at this point, that's just a claim. That I mean, I agree that if you're more well off, that you will have better legal representation, but I don't know if that completely explains this, these two statistics that I brought up.
Well, it doesn't say anything about the testosterone. I'll grant that.
Yeah, exactly.
It does speak. It does speak to IQ.
I'm sure to a certain extent it would, but I don't think it's a major factor, though.
I think it is a major factor.
Maybe. I mean, I'd like to see the numbers. I mean, I'm open to it.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm not exactly sure at this point how I'm supposed to, like, where would you get statistics on the total number of calls that police take all over the country versus, the who was in those calls, what the calls were, but like, where would you get those statistics?
No, I was talking not the calls. I was talking where someone.
That's what would happen. That's where it would have to start. It would have to start with the calls, because quite frankly, whether we like it or not, police will have a different set of arrest responses depending on who they're dealing with.
But again, I mean, just my intuition, it doesn't seem that those numbers would stack up the way that you're saying they would. I do think that, I mean, 85, I mean, that's 15 IQ points. That's a massive difference. I mean, 5 is already a massive difference. So I don't think that affluent and better legal support is going to explain 15 points of IQ.
What are you talking about? You just got... Okay, Aistis, we're done.
The average, no, because you would think that the average would be, maybe around 100,
Aistis,
right?
The sum totality of human experience is not encapsulated by fucking statistics. Jesus Christ.
No, but if we want to look at the problem, we should look at the statistics.
The statistics in this case are misleading. You are misreading.
You failed to explain that.
And you are misreading the statistics, and you are failing to take into account entirely plausible alternative reasons for them.
Look, I'm willing to take them into account. I mean, you really haven't.
Yeah, I just have to show you more statistics.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of statistics out there.
Bring me the statistics on how good chocolate tastes. Bring me the statistics on how enjoyable an orgasm is.
Hershey's versus Kit Kat versus
Bring me the statistics on how good it feels to have the wind in your face.
Oh well, I mean, definitely at hurricane velocities. That, I mean, even sand.
Yeah, I think you get my point.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I do, but for the sake of conversation.
I don't know if I do, but I can't let the fat guy win, so I'm just gonna.
No,
Next.
well, I'm just saying.
Next.
So, okay, well, how do you explain away the testosterone thing then?
What about the testosterone? Do you not know that women are in prison too? Often for crime. Everybody's violent.
And they have higher testosterone on average than regular women, not incarcerated women.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
But how do you deal with that problem though? You're bringing it up and you're not really.
No. Look, I'm saying that the combination of the two, right? Like low IQ and high testosterone are a formula for criminality. Either or, probably not. But when you have both, it's definitely a dangerous situation.
I just want to point out something. Like people who use steroids and they get roid rage.
Yeah.
That's not testosterone at play. That's when the testosterone breaks down into an estrogen derivative.
It's related. I guess.
Well, I knew it would only take a matter of time before somebody around here blamed a woman for something.
No, not at all.
I thought it
I'm
was.
just saying that
I thought it was
trying
going to
attribute
come from
everything to
Dionysius.
testosterone is
Hey,
really
this place
silly.
always surprises me.
All right, are we done with the gun control? I'm out of topics.
Trans women are just men. Wait. Are just men live action role playing as women? They are LARPing live action role playing as women.
What?
Well, you guys want to talk about like the decline in the typical alpha male? I think that's
All right, sure. The decline in the typical alpha male. Go for it. Dio, what the heck are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
you start, Dio. Speak from experience.
well, I went to so I went with this Muslim guy to a bar. It was a club. It was a dance club actually. And I mean, he wasn't like I wouldn't consider him to be like the Rambo typical alpha male that most people would think of. And there were like these young, kind of pretty boys, and you saw them just collect women in mass amounts. And he was really irritated and really pissed off about that. He's like, these are what women are choosing these
So
days.
he went
And
and got a gun.
He's absolutely correct. There is a tendency, and I don't know if it's because these women have been raised in homes where their father abused their the wife or their mother, but for whatever reason they are starting to choose I guess what you may say to be more controllable or less of a threat in the home.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. I've actually noticed the opposite trend, and I'll admit this is anecdotal, but a lot of the abused women I've met, they go for men pretty much exactly like their abusive father or ex-partner.
No, hold on a second. Because, for example, and I'm not being arrogant here, but I can switch. I can be extremely aggressive and I can be extremely passive. and I remember I was having this ping pong match with this girl.
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
I don't know why you
He's just showing the length of his penis right now.
But what I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to give you anecdotal evidence. She said, well, I used to like guys that treated me in a certain way. Now I like the sensitive guys. So there is a switch where these girls who are dealing with the typical alpha male tend to view them as abusive, not nearly as compatible. And I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but that's the classical idea of Dionysus. Though Dionysus kind of represents the feminine aspect of that's part of masculinity. I mean, not only that, but Napoleon Bonaparte was another.
Are you kidding? Classical Greek orgies depict Dionysus fucking them 6 at a time.
No, but that's the point. The point is that he represents.
He's happy though. He's like a happy drunk, right?
Yeah.
He's like he's more.
Maybe it's just the British culture, but I don't tend to see many feminine guys picking up all the girls. It's more the sort of masculine guys that treat the women like shit that seem to get all the girls.
Oh God!
And correct me if you think there's any girls there that think I'm wrong.
I think you're wrong.
Well, it's from what I know of the alpha male. It's more like the guys with the sort of big guy persona, treat women like shit, don't really care about anyone but themselves. They get all the girls, and I
do you guys know how many guys I've cuckolded with their these typical alpha males? I've gone in there and had sex with their girlfriends. I mean, I've done that plenty of times. So don't tell me that don't tell me that they don't prefer that.
You can break out the measure.
I just lived long enough to hear Dionysius say, "You know how many other women's girls I've fucked?" To all the girls
Welcome to the discussion, Ocean.
Where we further go into once again Dio's sex life or lack thereof.
Ocean's going to come in and show how big his cock is.
Did we get into another one of these?
Yeah. It's like the secret life. It's like the secret life of Walter Mitty, but Dionysius is fucking.
No, the point I was trying to make is the typical alpha male is not preferable anymore for whatever reason.
But that wouldn't bother you because you're not an alpha, so shut the fuck up.
people fucking criticise me when I mention the word patriarchy.
What you fail to mention is Dio is a fucking chameleon when it comes to picking up women. He can be whatever he wants. He can adapt the length of his penis to suit the fucking vagina he's shoving it into.
I'm glad somebody.
Here's my thing of this alpha male thing, is that I usually hear that women don't appreciate alpha males from people that are the fucking weeniest little bitches. Like, women definitely do still appreciate confidence and sort of like, I don't know, quote unquote alpha style behaviors, but they don't appreciate them coming from people that are fucking pussies.
They don't want bullying and braggadocio. They're looking for strength and confidence.
No, Ocean, you're misunderstanding the point. I'm not saying like these people are pussies. I'm just saying they have more.
You are the pussy.
They have more feminine attributes to them, which makes them less likely to be deceived.
What do you mean more feminine attributes?
What are you talking about now? I don't know if you're disagreeing with me or not.
I'm partially agreeing with you, but what I'm trying to say is
makes it so that you're less likely to be deceived. Women are the biggest backstabbers in the fucking world.
Simon, I will let you talk, but let me make this really quick point. Ocean, what I'm trying to say is that females have this feminine intuition, and so some of the guys who have this attribute in them tend to do much better with women because they can relate to women better. That's what I'm trying to say. It's nothing to do with confidence, all right? But these fucking blockheads, these so-called alpha males, do not connect with women not nearly as much as well as the other.
I think you're trying to change the tactics. So you're trying to pick up chicks or being a beta bitch. I think that's what we're doing here.
No, it's because you're a retard and you can't understand what you're saying.
Well, I don't understand what you're saying. I have no clue what you're saying.
Well, I think does anybody considered like Napoleon wouldn't be considered a typical like alpha male, but he had like feminine attributes to him.
Napoleon wouldn't be considered an alpha male.
Not like when you talk about the muscular physique. We're talking about someone who was extremely short.
A lot of from what I've heard, of the whole alpha male thing has a lot to do with mentality and confidence, of which Napoleon was fairly good at.
And this whole thing where it says, "Oh, Napoleon."
I would agree with you, then, Ocean.
When it comes to this thing that Napoleon was so called short, that wasn't the case, by the way. Just in case you're thinking that, he was average height.
He was like 5'6" or something.
Which was the average height.
Right.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we can look at the market value of alpha males, where when men are rare and valuable, obviously alpha males are going to come at a premium, but when women are rare and valuable, then the beta provider kind is going to be more important, because that's the kind of man that they'll look for when women are and that usually happens when
I think it's the other way around.
And a lot of times, like the alpha male doesn't even work. If you look in the animal kingdom, I mean, the male lion doesn't do shit. The female goes and gets the food and brings it to him.
The male lion is the protector.
No, and you're right. Sorry, I did say that the other way around.
The male lion is kind of the soldier of the group.
Yeah, like he would protect against, like, say, hyenas or something like that.
Right.
Elephants have it right.
What the fuck do elephants do?
No, but a lot of people will say, like, the guy who stays home and the woman that works, people might consider that to be like a very beta male attribute. But to me, when I see that, it looks like that person is, for whatever reason, the dynamics is situated as such where the energy is being reserved in case there's an attack or an intruder, right?
So there's hope for you. There's hope for you yet in that line of thinking there, Dio.
Can I propose that we all just collectively concede the point?
Dio just sits back in his fucking rocking chair with a shotgun in his hand.
I'm not willing to concede.
I've got several hours still to go.
Listen, guys, this has nothing to do with me personal. I'm just saying from what I've seen from observation. Shut up, cunt.
Bullshit.
Okay, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, that's dumb.
I wish I was a real man, just like Diane.
MMA, why is this an issue with you every single day? Like this muting thing, and
Why does
like,
he love
shut up
pushing his
cunts,
buttons?
and etc.
He's the only one allowed to push the buttons off.
That's
but it
bullshit.
seems to be
You do it
it's
to someone every
that
day.
is not. He's not the only one. You're doing this with Vaughn.
But most of the time it is Dio.
Do it,
No,
Gus. You do it, G Whistler. You do half the people in this hangout.
Okay, let's do Westler next. And then the next
Okay,
person
Iron came in when the alpha male discussion started, and he came in with a bang. So, Iron, why are you here? What do you want to add?
Oh, the race baiter. Hello.
He's horny. He wants to suck that Dio off.
Yeah, that's definitely my my main interest is sucking Dio off.
Oh,
Yep.
the race baiter.
You're gonna give him a reach
That's
around.
still funny,
You gotta have courtesy and give him a reach around. You can't just
Don't worry.
No, actually,
I'll show you how to treat the pussy
covered
real
in
good.
the alpha discussion.
You were wanting to have the alpha discussion, or you were just wanting to stay away from it?
No, I was saying I just got here, so I don't know what ground you've already covered.
Oh,
We haven't
Dio
even
says
started.
That, he's so alpha.
Yeah, right. That's basically Dio said he was alpha. He was at a bar, and there was this alpha dude, and the women didn't like him, and therefore women don't like alphas anymore.
No, that's not what I was saying. When I went to the bar or the club, my friend that I was with was really pissed off because all the pretty boys or so-called beta males were getting like all the women. He was like, I guess it's what fucking women are choosing these days.
I think it's projected.
You don't know they're betas, though.
I know, right?
I think the bar is a lot higher for the quote-unquote alpha male than it used to be. I would say that's probably true.
But you don't know though.
Well, I mean, you can typically gauge somebody's personality type just by observing them, if you're at least halfway decent at reading people.
Yes and no. It's very open to opinion. It's almost pointless to discuss.
That's not true.
Yeah, if you're halfway decent, right, you can either act as at the beta, kind of personality, or the alpha type, And
There are
then
various characteristics that you would have to try very hard to fake, such as the amount of room that you occupy, your body language, things like that. If you were faking it, you'd have to do it consistently over like periods of hours or days or weeks or what have you.
I'm not saying they're faking it whatsoever. I'm just saying that you can't tell who's a beta and who's an alpha.
Right, and I'm saying you're wrong.
Well, you're wrong.
Well, I would just say that it's a lot more dynamic. I mean, it's not static. It goes in fluctuations.
No shit, Sherlock.
You can have an alpha that gets wounded or has gets sick or whatever. So it's very flux.
Captain Obvious.
So does an alpha that get wounded become a beta?
Well, beta just simply means second in command. The omegas are the ones who are usually like the scapegoats, the ones who take on the punishment from everybody else.
Oh, so you're the Omega now, okay. Well, thanks,
So,
Omega.
Jesus Christ would be an Omega now.
Okay. Should we spend some time defining what an alpha male is?
Anything but Dio.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, an alpha male is pretty well defined in nature. If you're trying to apply it to human beings, I think they have a different tag. These like an A-type personality, or there's a couple of. It depends on which kind of personality spectrum you're using, obviously.
But I think I think it's really silly to say like that person's an alpha male. Just within 24 hours, you can see the communication between one that was perceived to be alpha all of a sudden lose confidence in a split second. I mean, Julius Caesar, what does he do in like Shakespeare's play? I mean, he loses confidence when he's in water and he begs someone to help him. And he's basically a pussy in that situation. So for you to sit there, for anybody to sit there and say, well, I am an alpha, as if it's a noun and not a verb, it's just bullshit.
But you were describing your friend nounly.
Well, I was describing the situation in a verbal way and not so much as a noun way. I mean, he was very aggressive that night and very confident, and he was just getting a little irritated with these obviously weaker men being able to get these girls. And we even
maybe the woman has.
What made them so obviously weaker?
Yeah. What about them? What about them? Did he think were signs of weakness?
Just because they're not aggressive doesn't mean they're weaker, for fuck's sake. I mean,
let's hear what he says. What do you mean by weaker? What made them weaker?
They just looked very insecure. They didn't look at the girl in the eyes. I mean, they were they looked like somebody you could just push around if you wanted to.
I guarantee you, if it was a true sort of what you call quote-unquote alpha male, he wouldn't have give a shit what the other guys were thinking about him.
That's kind of my opinion too.
That's not true.
Got perceived. Like it's not like I've got a few friends, quote-unquote alpha male, but they seem to get girls pretty much every night. They're not even the best-looking guys. It's the way they carry themselves, the way they fucking like don't give a shit really about anyone but themselves, and like they're pricks. They're actual assholes, and you think that it seems to work for them.
This theory you've got, Simon, is so hilarious.
But that's my point.
I wish it wasn't the case, but like
it's not the case.
At least for him locally, it is.
I really wish it wasn't the case.
I had an next door neighbor that she constantly had alpha males coming in there fucking her, and all of a sudden she chose.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I wake up in the morning, I go next door to see my neighbor who's having a train run on her constantly.
I saw.
I mean, she's walking down the street, going to the grocery store, she's got a guy swinging right on her. In and out, all the time with this woman. I mean, honest to God.
Maybe she was a prostitute and those guys were all losers.
No.
Just want to finish very quickly finish my point.
Okay, one at a time.
Just want to quickly finish my point. Like I've met a lot of guys that like will take a girl out to for food and to a movie, pay for everything, pay for the taxi and things like that. They're nice looking guys or good looking guys, and the girl won't seem to want to stay with them just because of the fact they're not drawn the same way as an alpha. Then you get the other guys that go out and like don't want to pay for anything. They'll split everything, or they'll even have the girl pay for drinks. Pretty much ignore her the full night, and it does create this sort of sense of desire. And I wish it wasn't the case, but it seems to be, in my own personal experience, that is the case, unfortunately.
Well, you seem like now what you're describing is sort of creating a sense of mystery. That's a lot different than treating someone like shit.
Helena, listen, Helena. What I observed, I didn't fucking watch them have sex, but I saw the guys that come and go from her apartment, and eventually, you know who she settled down with? She settled down with this, for the most part, overweight guy that was obviously beta.
If that's what she's into, so fucking be it. But why are you the peeping Tom watching everyone get fucked while you're just joking off in the corner?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you fucking beta, shut up.
Fucking beta. Is that the internet insult now?
If I remember correctly, I was the last one to get laid.
Someone's echoing like crazy.
There's also apparently
Dio, this is coming from Dio, who like last week says that, yeah, I'm more attractive than himself. So yeah, congratulations, Dio. You shot yourself in the foot there.
I think I'm the last one who got laid, so.
I guarantee
it's
you're
been a
not.
month for me. I don't give a shit.
You got laid by a heroin addict and you got diamond earrings for no reason, and we're not even sure they were diamond in the first place. So, dude, seriously, shut the fuck up. You're not helping yourself.
I don't understand that argument. That's the argument doesn't make sense.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's trying to say overall it's not necessarily considered a win.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than masturbating.
Well, you'd know about that too, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, with the ice cream. You gotta have that ice cream with you. No, but I mean, shit. I mean, the last woman I was with was like, I don't know, a few months ago or something. And that was by my standards pretty fucking good. It's better than having a deadbeat drug addict. So even though mine was further along than yours, at least I had a better fuck.
No, drug addicts are created evil.
Well, by the way, how you described it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Dio shooting himself in the foot yet again.
I
could have been fucked a late ago, and if it was better than having a drug addict, you know, wonderful for me. It's not about how when was the last time you had a fuck. That's not the measure you use for.
Yeah, that is a really weird measure that he's using. That's something that I noticed. He's like, well, I bet you I was the most recent person to get laid. Okay, well, you can be a sex slave and you got laid recently. That doesn't mean you're an alpha.
Yep, that's true.
I never.
That's true.
I never said I was an alpha, and I mentioned that it was flux and not static.
You called me a beta trying to
doesn't
assert yourself
mean
over
anything.
me. Oh.
Wait, what's that? Ocean, what did you say?
It doesn't mean anything when you use it. It's like I was the one that got laid the most recently here, so yeah. And it's like
No, Ocean,
first,
obviously,
probably
I was,
not true.
obviously,
Second, it doesn't make any. It doesn't make your point better.
Ocean, obviously, I was responding to the criticism. I wasn't specifically saying, "Oh, I'm an alpha male."
What's
well,
the
I got
criticism?
laid. Fucking MA's bullshit.
I forgot my criticism entirely right now.
Yeah, what criticism was he giving that caused you to respond with that?
Well, he was saying
He was
saying about me jerking off in the corner and being a peeping Tom. So I was like,
oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, you are though.
Yeah, you guys have fucking short memories. Oh yeah, so that's a good argument, Ocean.
It's the way that you were describing this woman.
You just spelled it out for us.
The way that you were describing this woman.
Getting fucked.
Yeah. It's just
She's
like,
my next door neighbor. You know,
why do you want your next door neighbor get fucked?
Because I go outside and I can see the guys who come and go.
Because you're peeping out of the window.
How do you not notice that?
Maybe she's a massage therapist.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I said.
I mean, everybody knows my sex life, you know, and I don't tell people.
Sadly.
Well, in here I do, but
we know the Cole's notes of your sex life. Thanks God.
Yeah, that camera I installed in my neighbour's bedroom was for my own self-defense. It's not my fault if I look at it occasionally.
I'm just a bit curious. Dionysus, was your neighbor a starfish?
She was a white bitch.
Okay.
Why, stop calling women a white bitch for fuck's sake. Slap yourself.
What is this white bitch shit? Since it seems like this conversation is desperately needing a new topic.
Hold on, he's calling them.
No, it's not. Shut up.
No.
He's calling them white bitches because he's trying to be the meaning.
Want to talk about?
I'll be right back.
I am tired of hearing about 37 voices at once, though.
Yeah.
Is this seriously what you guys are talking about?
Aistis, shush. He's the lowest count now. He's the lowest count now.
Look, come on, guys, you're
He's the lowest
troll.
count now.
No, look,
let's hear Aistis' offer. I think we've all had a lot of
there we go.
He
fucking knew if he pissed and wailed long enough, he'd get the whole goddamn room to bend to his will. Fuck, I hate that, Aistis. Fuck you, man. You know what? I seek now to confound you. I seek to confound you now.
Shit, now I'm in trouble.
Now I seek to confound you. Because you had to fucking have it your way like fucking McDonald's. Therefore, I seek to confound you now. Fuck you. Dio, tell us some more about your grand panoply of sex notions.
Yes, keep feeding the troll, guys.
Tell us about some more about your grand panoply of sexual experiences. You fucking writer of the Kama Sutra, you. Come on. Come on.
You writer of the Kama Sutra.
That's right. Fuck. Everybody knows that you being an alpha, your dick split the atom and shit. Everybody knows this. Come on. Tell us some more stories about.
He calls people white whores and bitches. And now he's trying to take on that mean persona that of the alpha that he was describing before. So now he's trying to emulate that onto himself by calling them white bitches.
No, I think you're reading a lot into it.
Yeah.
I think he's reading just enough into it.
How about cum dumpster, Helena?
I thought this was a debate coliseum, where we debate.
This is a debate. It's a fucking
debate and philosophy. I mean, is this like a shit show right now?
We're debating whether or not Dionysus' dick has the ability to split the atom.
No, we're not going to debate that.
That is a debate topic.
Look,
that's not going to change unless Dionysus people in here change. Traditional alpha male, but I would say he's definitely very high beta tier. Like, just willing to take over the opportunity.
Take your face off his arsehole.
You guys just choose to ridicule him instead of actually paying attention to his arguments or checking his references. It's a really it works in this kind of atmosphere.
I did beat the prosecutor, the state prosecutor, which is a pretty, a good accomplishment.
You beat him off, or you beat him?
I beat him at his own game, first round. And
dude,
then you tried to sue the DA and lost.
Court cases in my life too. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I doubt you won a criminal case by yourself that significantly. That's significant.
Yeah. That doesn't make him an alpha, you dumb bitch.
It doesn't really speak volumes about your ability to
here's how I do that is I don't
represent yourself in trial when you try to sue someone with professional immunity.
You're pretty much incoherent, Albatross. MMA.
Hey, guys, you know what's alpha as fuck? The complexity theory of philosophy.
I'll stab you.
No, because this has to do with actually one of my deepest held beliefs in philosophy.
By the way, Dionysius, you don't get to beat a prosecutor when your case gets thrown out of court on a technicality. That's not how you beat a prosecutor.
Okay, whatever.
A lot of defenses.
That was how you
beat. There is a way of beating a prosecutor.
Yeah, that totally is. If the case is thrown out, you've totally beat the prosecutor.
It means that somewhere along the line somebody fucked up. That doesn't mean that you brought your argument to the judge and the prosecutor brought his argument to the judge and then the judge said yours is better than the prosecutor. That's the way I see it.
It depends on the details.
If you play poker,
you can use something against the prosecutor the way they cost him his
I mean,
trial.
traditionally when lawyers say I beat a prosecutor, what they say is that I beat him in court with an argument. You know, I pressed my case. I won on the merits of my case. That's usually
typically that's the better. That's the nice. That's like the more bragging rights way to win. But you can also beat a prosecutor by showing that he did something that was so technically totally fucked up that the case deserves to be thrown out and he should be laughed out of court. That's definitely a way to beat the prosecutor.
But in this case, it wasn't the prosecutor that made the mistake. It was a mistake made clerically.
By the cops.
I mean, the number of ways that a ball can get dropped in a criminal case is fucking unbelievable, and a lot of that lies outside the direct control, and in some cases outside even the direct supervision.
No, it's not as easy as you think it is. Actually, it's not easy as you think it is. All right, the prosecutor.
I know.
The prosecutor
doesn't make you a bait.
Hold on a second. The prosecutor has an enormous amount of resources, basically unlimited.
And the court bias tends to be towards the prosecutor.
That's true.
Right, exactly. And so don't sit here and tell me that it was fucking easy street. It's not.
But
it wasn't difficult.
Factor is zero.
I mean, the thing that makes me think that it probably wasn't difficult is that Dio was able to do it.
Oh.
Well, but Dio didn't do it though. That's the point. Dio simply got lucky because somebody else fucked up. That's not.
I thought
Dio
he represented himself. You still have to point it out.
That's not Dio doing anything.
If he has to point it out.
It may not have been. It might have been pointed out through due diligence. It might have been discovered mid-trial. If this didn't have anything to do,
or it could have been the judge. That's true. Sometimes the judge will call it.
To do directly with the prosecutor. The prosecutor might have brought it up just to keep himself from getting tainted by.
I don't know the specifics of Dio's case,
so dude, we have murders and the worst shit that happens in this case.
What's a murder?
They laugh at hypocrisy here. They don't give a fuck. So they're not like, it's not like they live in some liberal area where they deal with the worst of the worst. It's like a third world country. So it's not as if yeah, sure.
But it still does make him an alpha, Dio.
I'm not saying now.
Either way, it doesn't make him an alpha.
I'm worn down now, sure. But again, like I said, it's dynamic.
You were never an alpha.
So don't sit. I know it's easy to try to take someone's credit that they got because you're a loser, but you know, I got that. I got that, bitch.
Why does he sound so unsure when he says you're
I know, right?
I got it. I totally got it. You guys can't take that away from me.
I got it in the bag. You didn't.
Here's your voice talent.
Yeah, but then when you ask someone if they'd fuck you, you get rejected, and then you call them a dumb bitch and so forth because you couldn't handle rejection. And alphas can handle rejection.
That's not true. A lot of alpha males handle rejection very poorly.
Maybe they do now.
Probably.
Oh, that's when their fedora and their hat gets messed up.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it has to be the fedora that.
In any case, Dionysus is remarkably resilient. The amount of bullshit that I've seen him have to deal with.
Because he's getting off on.
Yeah, but he also pours his own blood in the water.
Yeah.
Like,
he's getting off.
Sure, you can say that, but I'm just saying that he holds to his opinions. He doesn't.
I love that. You can say that, but it's not going to affect anything, even though it should affect something if we took it into account. I love how that goes.
Well, Gus,
you can say that.
I don't really care about what you think because you've proven yourself very childish.
And you're a fucking you're an asshole race baiter. You're an asshole race baiter. That's how that goes. You never saw a fucking
Right.
opportunity.
I can't really have a conversation with you because you've proven
turned up
yourself
an
to just be very
never turned
juvenile.
up an opportunity to make black people feel stupid, quite frankly.
I've never seen him race bait, actually. So.
Yeah, that's because you're stupid too. Stupidity often can't detect itself.
Stupidity. It's self stupidity.
So, speaking of which, I actually have this fascination with this paper that I've been reading recently.
Oh no, you.
Hey,
so let me talk for just a second. Let me talk. I want you guys talk.
You already tried to say there's a correlation between fucking testosterone, low IQs, and crime. So just sit there and ferment for a bit.
Well, no,
Hitler wasn't that.
You guys, you guys were talking for about 15 minutes about Dio. So.
Oh yeah, and you know, if you don't get to talk for the same amount of time, your penis will fall off, such as it is.
Well, I think that this might be interesting, much more interesting than talking about.
Your mom's much more interesting than Dio's penis.
Yeah, your mom's more interesting than Dio's.
Stop telling us what we want to think is interesting.
Yeah.
You guys are so easy, man.
Right now, the sexual exploits of Dionysus is actually quite interesting.
That's right. This is like Lady Chatterley's lover, except the lady is Dionysus.
This is like Jerry Springer.
It's in the same way that black holes are interesting.
This is like Jerry Springer. I thought this was more like, the atheist experience or something like that.
No, everybody needs a little Jerry Springer every once in a while.
No.
But we're not going to dogpile, so I'm okay with talking about alpha males. I've been downvoted in the side chat, but I don't want it to turn into a dogpile, so I don't know. What else do you want to say? Alpha males, go.
Excuse me, I'm not a dog. I'm a lion. Thank you very much.
Well, clearly the alpha is Dio because he's got his very brush mane for us to see.
I definitely identify as an attack helicopter, so screw you guys.
Well, I'm a shark with laser beams.
When everybody's coming up with this, like, I'm a strange gender shit, everybody comes up with attack helicopters, such that it's to the point of it being a meme. Like, be creative, guys.
Oh, it is a meme.
Well, the funny
identify as a confused frog.
In the UN just recently, there was a guy, and he greeted the council with 16 different genders, and then refused the gender pronoun proposal in the UN. It was awesome. He was like, yeah,
a shit show.
Yeah,
was that story more entertaining than Dio's sex life?
That was so entertaining. I died.
All that says to me is that the United Nations needs to adopt a dumb Chucky rule. That's where somebody comes along with a proposal and everybody says, no, that's dumb, Chucky.
That's basically what the guy was doing. He was making fun of them and saying, denied.
Yeah, that's right. And the business of the fucking globe has nothing better to do. Thanks, buddy who wastes the time of the United Nations.
Yeah, with this ridiculous proposal of having to have these preferred pronouns and that kind of stuff.
I love it when you get into that.
It's not really any different from any other national strategy to address these various gender issues.
You don't even recognize international law. I wouldn't be talking.
Yeah, quite rightly, actually.
Quite rightly, that's right.
There's reasons that I don't. And there's
those
specific
black
laws
people,
I don't
those
recognize,
black
and there
people
are some
shouldn't be
that I
allowed
do,
to make
obviously.
laws for me.
No, guys, it's even better. It's even better. Those guys in prison should be tortured.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Australia is one of the countries that rejected the Indigenous mandate by the UN, so I think it's a little bit rich for you to be saying that kind of thing.
Well, so is Canada, so.
Yeah, I think it's Canada and Australia, the two countries that didn't sign.
We've embraced the Aboriginals here.
Yeah, but you don't subscribe to the UN mandate, and neither does Canada, so you should shut your mouth about respecting international law.
No. I think we've adhered to the mandate. They get all the fucking
Well,
permits in the world.
maybe you can write to your local MP and get them to change it so that Australia actually does follow the UN mandate, and then you can.
Let the mandate for me.
You already looked it up a few days ago. Remember?
I want you to summarize it for everyone. We're talking about it.
You want me to summarize a UN outline for how Indigenous people should be treated? You realize that's like a 10 or 15 point plan, right?
Just sum it up in like a minute. Go on.
Yeah, they believe that Indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination, and that includes their various land holdings and national sovereignty of the nations that surround them, is supposed to be subservient to that, which I think is ridiculous.
What the fuck?
Or, as it was explained in Parliament, aye, Bruce, stop being a cunt to the abos.
Well, it could be a question of, say you have like a traditional area that's governed by native peoples, and they decide to secede and join China, and they want to be part of China, and they want to be like whatever many provinces that China has. Well, you can't allow that for national security reasons. But if you were to follow the UN mandate, I think you would have to allow that, and that's obviously ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
There's a reason that Australia and Canada didn't sign that. And there's various other accords, international accords that countries don't sign when it's against their interest to do so, which is obvious. No national country should be subservient to the will of the UN. That's ridiculous.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
At least he's giving us a break from telling us how stupid black people are for a change.
Well, I just think it's hilarious
give us
that some kid wants to run his mouth all the time about who does and doesn't recognize international law, even though he lives in a country that doesn't recognize various...
They do, you dirty fuck. They get so many fucking... Like my mate in school, right, in like year 11 or 12, he's mostly fucking Greek. He's got the smallest percentile of Abo in him, and he's able to get all these fucking benefits from here to fucking Whit Sundays. What the fuck? I mean, shit. When hold on, shut the fuck up, cunt. Right? When heads of state from other nations come, we've got the Aboriginals dancing half fucking naked with their paint on them, with their didgeridoos and all that kind of shit. We recognise that they were the first. They were here first. We give them all this fucking shit. They are recognized and fucking respected.
Yeah, we do the same thing here in Canada. That has nothing to do with what I was saying.
Oh, Jesus Christ, cunt.
Jeez.
If we respect them, then we respect them. We're not violating their fucking rights whatsoever if we're respecting them.
Respecting them and following the UN mandate are two different things. I don't know how you can't grasp that.
Oh my god, shoot yourself in the foot.
The UN mandate doesn't... Okay.
Yeah, well, the UN...
What's that, Ocean? I didn't catch what you said.
It's like UN doesn't necessarily determine international law completely.
No,
like
they don't.
A mandate from it doesn't do that. It's just simply those who adhere to the alliance agree to take these things in consideration. A UN mandate doesn't really mean very much, honestly.
But Iron also makes a very interesting bait and switch periodically, in that he will often switch out the United Nations for international law, right? And he'll say, oh, well, we shouldn't follow international law. And then when you pursue it, he goes, the United Nations. The United Nations doesn't necessarily form international law. International law is formed by other bodies. Sometimes it's formed by a bunch of countries getting together without United Nations mandate.
Yeah, there's no like one international law either. Otherwise, we would have a worldwide governing order. The international law is basically governed by treaties between nations.
Yeah, but now
and really the only thing you can consider international law, really, like you have rules that are set down by the United Nations that are sort of adhered to but aren't really enforceable, and then you have treaties between nations in which they kind of enforce each other. And then you have the concept of international waters, which is probably the biggest international law thing that we really deal with.
Yeah, and I think that that's a very good point, actually, towards the Brexit, because I hear a lot of people who are against it. They're saying, oh, if Britain leaves the EU, it's going to lose all its contracts and deals.
No, it won't. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've heard a lot of criticisms of Brexit, and that's
one of the
really
worst.
Bad ones.
Yeah.
Because it's like, no, it's a lot of contracts will simply be a copy-paste operation. It's just that you got to eliminate the...
Oh,
yeah, the Brexit would be a great thing to happen for the UK. The sooner they can get out of the EU, the better.
Definitely.
Oh, Lord.
Is it kicking Ocean and I at the same time?
That's really frustrating.
Are you on
Yeah,
the
I was
call?
gonna say, are you guys like on the same Wi-Fi connection or something?
What, Tom?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like
They've got each other docked, if you know what I mean.
I've got
So,
no
like,
idea what's happening with my. Dude, I'm on my
Well,
phone right
well,
now, and it just keeps. I get a call error. I just did a bunch of updates, and it's just like, all right, well, thank you, updates. You've made my phone worse.
Well, if the
Well,
two
that's
of them
good
are
because
close
like
enough.
that lets us know it's like some kind
Well,
of mobile thing because it's doing it to us both at the same time.
Oh, interesting.
Well, if you two are close enough, it could also be a sub-network problem too.
I'm in the southeast. Tom, where are you at?
No, I'm on the west side.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're not close enough, I don't think.
Synchronicity, then.
Where the fuck did Subway go?
With one breath, with one flow, you will know synchronicity.
Baby,
What?
Maybelline.
Does Subway no longer exist?
I'm very confused.
The other
I
thing
got
I
off
want to
this
add
exit
about
to
the,
go to Subway, and I've been driving for a little too long. It's
The other
just
thing
like,
I
wait
want
a
to add
minute.
about the Aboriginal thing, if it's not too late, is I always find it infuriating when they have 150 countries vote on something that doesn't affect them, and then they try and leverage that to bully people into following their latest international laws.
Yeah, you're right. Treating people well is a bullying matter. You're right.
No, but if you want to write out a law for Aboriginal peoples and you have 150 countries that don't have any kind of conflict with their Aboriginal peoples voting in favor of it, and you try and use that as a way of bullying other countries into going with it, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay, well, we'll keep that in mind the next time we make international law about drilling for oil and environmental consequences, and countries that don't drill for oil, I guess they don't get to talk about. I mean, you can practice the politics of inclusion and exclusion, but you're going to have to get it through your head that the United Nations is an organ that is supposed to assist the world in coming together and speaking as a relative whole.
Yeah, I'm making the point that it's a lot of people speaking about something they have no experience with, and that doesn't affect them. And I think it's silly.
Well, I don't think you need to jump off a bridge to know it's bad for you. I don't think direct experience for every single thing is necessary.
I'm going to have to leave soon, so we're going to figure out. We got to figure out.
Oh, Helena's leaving. What am I going to do? I can't take it anymore.
No big deal. She's just a white bitch.
I've become a beta overnight.
Well, we got to figure out how to do it.
Give the mods to Ocean.
No, it's not a
I'm
mod
on the phone.
thing. No, it's because we have to get another admin. Hey, we're working it out. I'm just letting you know. No, it's not. It's not a mods issue. Anyway, just
It is now.
Helena is Nadia. That's the thing.
3 jobs. 3 jobs.
I'll be right back.
Where's
There's
Nadia?
far too many vehicles on the roads. Stop driving, you people.
If I may give the mods to MMA or other.
Oh, you're all fluffed.
I'm
Nope. No, fuck.
I'm currently going to put a portion of cloth on my back, which will then enable me to extend my armatures through the sides of the cloth, and I'll be able to drop it down.
Neuroplasticity.
And then I will be able to cover myself on the front with the cloth. Go ahead.
Is it bad that I genuinely thought that was Nadia for a second?
I didn't understand.
I actually feel pretty bad about myself.
No, you feel part of the join the club.
Welcome.
She almost is a parody of herself.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of us is going to have to. Well, never mind. Just keep going. I'm working in the background. I should just shut my trap.
Yeah, shut your fucking trap.
Yeah, white bitch.
Oh, you've suddenly become so attractive, Simon.
Get in the kitchen.
Make me a sandwich. Making a man witch instead.
You suddenly become so attractive, Simon. That's nice.
Sandwich.
You guys understand like the whole white bitch thing, right? You guys
Oh
are
my fucking god!
Get out of my house, Dionysus.
It's time to repair the damage I've done. That's the time of day it is.
Yep.
Every day around this time, I like to call it happy hour. Dionysus tries desperately to repair his public image.
Oh, there's Subway. It was hiding.
He normally does this.
It
by
was
making
hiding
matters-
from. It was hiding from. It was hiding behind the tree.
Yes.
Guys, right on you.
White bitch is a term of endearment.
But there's ocean.
Yeah, you guys don't really understand.
was-
When I say white bitch, I mean that really affectionately. That's what I mean.
If I was Subway, I'd be hiding from Gus as well. I hear he wreaks havoc in that store.
Hey.
Demolishing about 20 footlongs.
Triggered.
Well, I hate to brag.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have those footlongs, if you know what I mean.
If you lay those 20 footlongs side by side, you've almost got Dionysus's penis.
Oh shit, that's alpha as fuck.
What toppings would you like? All.
All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat some Subway.
Later, Ocean.
Oh, lucky cunt.
Go get some fucking Subway then, MMA.
God damn
Yeah,
it,
it's fucking 5 in the morning, cunt. Yeah, fuck off.
Oh yeah, okay.
5 in the morning, you cunt.
Dude, can you like try? Can you try to complete a sentence without using?
Can you imagine a day in MMA's life? Can you imagine? Morning, mom, you cunt. Where's me dad, the cunt? Where's me sister, the cunt?
Shit.
Oh, there's me
Yep.
cunting. There's me cunting dog. I'm gonna take me fucking cunting
Oh,
school.
you fucking cunt.
I'm gonna
of
go to the
cat.
fucking
You
Call
cunting
that a
school.
tank? This is a tank. Look
Hey,
at the
cunt.
FBI studies.
Hey MMA.
What's up,
Shut up, you cunt.
So isn't it true that organic foods are just for hippies who like to waste money?
Yes,
Oh.
cunt. That's exactly the case. So these anti-GMO cunts right here. You try to educate them on the cunting topic, but as you can see, cunting.
GMOs are bullshit, man.
I'll stab you with a cunt.
Sorry, did I hear that correctly? You'll stab them with a cunt?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, meanwhile,
that
MMA,
clitoris.
Something else over here.
MMA's in the shower going cunt to Maloo, cunt.
Oh, am I in his debate coliseum?
Yes, you're in this cunt.
That is correct.
No.
good
Hang on. You understand the question? As the debate coliseum account.
Yeah, it looks like you are. Yes.
That is
Okay.
correct.
I'll
That's
try
two
for.
debate
Yeah.
Bye, Helena.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Helena.
Oh,
Bye, white bitch.
I love all you alpha bastards.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh, yay. I love
See you later.
Appreciate it. Later.
Starfishes.
well, there, that cunt's gone. Now, which cunt's coming next, cunt?
Let's open the floodgates to the cunts.
Cunt.
Oh dear.
All that jizz flow.
Oh dear is right, Nadia.
Cunt.
Helena didn't exactly have a heavy hand, so you need to probably lay it down.
Cunt. Probably like kick out Dio. Cunt.
You guys know that Rachel Slick came in here yesterday?
Is she?
She was here yesterday.
Are you sure she wasn't just in
I
the
think
side
it was
chat?
the live YouTube live chat. Actually, get into the side chat.
I asked
Without
her
connecting
about
to the Hangout.
I asked her about the Justin situation. I asked her what she thought about it, and she did say that it caused her and her family a lot of pain.
Who did you ask? What? Who?
It's a story.
I mean, I talked to her on.
No, but
I
who,
talked to
though?
her on Skype. She doesn't really like. She doesn't really. I didn't get that impression at all.
What? Rachel Slick?
Yeah.
Oh, I just
Yeah,
want you
let's-
to trust anybody.
Let's be
It
clear
was like
about
the PalTalkers are the scum of the earth or something.
let's be clear about something. Somebody claiming to be Rachel Slick with a profile with absolutely nothing on it but her picture showed up in the exterior chat yesterday.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
she's come on
I
Skype
actually-
and she's joined a Hangout and gotten